time having arrived, I call this first of our 3 budget hearings to order. Mr. Mayor.
Good evening, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, and members of the City Council. I'm actually thrilled to be before you tonight, as opposed to last year when we were still in the brunt of COVID-19 and the pandemic. Although we're not quite out of the woods yet with COVID-19, we're definitely trending in the right direction. I personally want to just take a moment to thank each and every one of you for your collaboration since I've been mayor. We've always worked extremely dedicated for a common purpose of a healthy, safe city of Brockton with an economic driving footprint. And I do want to acknowledge that the good news in collaboration with the City Council, the ARPA money, the $34 million, 17 that we have in the bank, the other $17 million that's coming in the end of July or end of August is going to be a game changer for the City of Brockton. It's generational. We also want to thank our partners in Plymouth County. The CARES Act money at the height of COVID truly gave us the financial kick that we needed to try to weather the storm. We are funding, of course, capital projects that are outside of the city budget before you tonight, and I want to thank you for that. As you know, myself and the CFO are always ready, willing, and able to come before you to talk about the ARPA money. We are also thrilled that this body agreed to appoint new department heads. Of course, Karen Preval is back here, and I want to thank the councilors for supporting her. I want to thank Karen for her endeavors. Again, Kelly Young from Veteran Services was here as well, and you ratified that. And Brenda Perez is the acting police chief. I know Councilor Rodriguez asked me the other day, when are we getting the word acting? As you all know, the police chief and the fire chief have a contract with the city, so the lawyers are doing their lawyer thing. I'm not a lawyer in this one. And as soon as it gets ratified, I will proudly sign it, and we will take that acting moniker off, and she will be the permanent chief. I do also want to acknowledge the efforts of Sydney Merrill, my chief of staff, and Troy Clarkson's team, led by Tiffany and Paul and Sarah and Evan, everybody in the CFO's office. I made a pledge to you that you would be getting the budget books early. My year one as mayor, it was 8 days early. Last year was 10 days early. This year it's 13 days early. And, you know, working with Bond, our printing company, to make sure it's a product that all of you are proud of. I know we needed to do some page changes, and I want to again thank Tiffany for doing that. There were a few updates that needed to be there, including Karen's picture. But at the end of the day, our goal tonight and the next couple nights is to foster a healthy community, increase development, enhance our tax base, as I said, and providing exceptional services to our residents and our business owners. I know I have spoken to a lot of you prior to this evening. I know every city councilor has a question. What's going on with the increase in the training in every department? And I will tell you that I have made an executive decision that I hope all of you will support. I know when Councilor Rodriguez was mayor, he shared the same thought process. We want to have the best employees, the best of the best. So every department head has been asked to increase training, and then if it's ratified by the City Council, make sure that our employees take advantage of professional endeavors, enrichments, and educational pursuits. It's going to help them as employees here in the city of Brockton. It also is going to help the customer service and the end product. We're in the people business. So I will let the department head share with that, but I wanted to get in the beginning why you will see training increases in every single department. I know that the budget before you tonight is $515,797,041, talking over $500 million. But this is really the recommended total appropriation before you tonight. It does reflect an increase also in schools, school aid, and the budget represented an increase of $21,956,498 from last year's budget. As mayor, I also serve, again, as you know, as the school committee chairman. I also had reached out to President Lally. I will stay here as long as you all want me to be here, and any questions you have, we will answer. But if I do have the ability to go to the school committee tonight is a special night. It's the award ceremony for 250 Brockton in-district students. So again, because we were expected to be here last night, I'll be here as long as you want. If I can slip away and I answer everybody's question, I will do that. But in the meantime, Vice Chairman Joyce Azak is filling in with Superintendent Thomas. I also want to just let you know that, you know, COVID even though it's not gone, it's still impacting us. It's impacting some of our receipts in terms of local receipts. It does impact our hotel motel tax. It's still increasing. It's still having a detrimental impact on some of our meals tax endeavors as well. But little by little, that's starting to increase again. The good news is, because we didn't pause construction in the city of Brockton, a lot of cities, 351 municipal endeavors here in the Commonwealth, a lot of cities did do that. They paused construction, but we didn't. And as a result of that, we're seeing an uptick and an increase in our permit fees and our license fees. But at the end of the day, we're seeing more cranes in the city of Brockton than we ever have. It helps us, it helps our tax base, but quite honestly, as you know, it helps bring new residents to the city of Brockton. Young professionals are indeed coming here because of the 3 stops in the city of Brockton with the train. Our price point is better than Quincy and Braintree and Dorchester and Southie and Charlestown, so they're moving here, and that's a fact. But I also want to thank all the departments that are working with the developers. I also want to thank businesses that have been here a long time. Leo Meehan and W.B. Mason has been here since the late 1800s. I had a meeting with him the other day, face to face. I said, number 1, Leo, thanks for being here. You could be anywhere, but you're here. Number 2, are you hiring? And they are actually hiring. I just told Councilor Texera this. He did some furloughs, he did some layoffs, but he is looking to hire some people, and I'm hoping that does come to fruition. It makes sense that we're having so many people move to the downtown, and then it will be Campello, Montello, but to be able to live and work in the city of Brockton is the goal. I also want to let you know that cost containment measures and fiscal responsibility is something I did when I proudly served and sat up there for the last 14 years before I was elected mayor. We also need to make sure that our stabilization and our reserve funds are sound and solid. And I can tell you right now that we are doing that. The budget proposal before you tonight does make my commitment to fully make sure that our public education is equipped and funded, but it also is making sure that we sustain my firm commitment to public safety. And also, at the end of the day, we're trying to attract new jobs in the city of Brockton. Cadet program is a great thing. To the wisdom of the city council last year, you adopted my proposal of a cadet program. We've been able to bring on 6 Brockton kids that may or may not become law enforcement employees down the road, but right now they're doing a heck of a job. And with Acting Chief Perez, we've instituted that again, and I hope you'll accept that going forward. I also want to let you know that the POB, when we went to the market to make, in essence, refinance our debt liability of $300 million, it allowed us to do retirement cost decreases, and that is in the letter that I sent to you. It's about $7.5 million in this fiscal year 23. So thinking outside the box, making sure that we hit it at the right time in terms of getting the interest rate has paid dividends. It would not have happened without the efforts of the city council and the approval of the city council. I also just want to let you know that we are working this year to convert the parking authority into an enterprise fund. That piggybacks on the idea of creating a stormwater enterprise fund, and that goes to the city council approval of the stormwater user fee. So I want to thank you on that. In FY23, we appropriated $54,920,091 to the enterprise funds. That's money because that makes sense to have a stabilization component. We are actively working right now, and you know this, to go to market to get bonding so that we can do not above ground but underground. We have to enhance the piping. We have to do that. From the 1880s. If you were here at City Hall earlier today, we had electrical crews out here in the parking lot, and the gentleman told me that he saw wires dated 1910. So we need to do the right thing right now. But performance measures is something, and I know all of you vetted out the budget, but I have instituted performance measures. It's something that Troy, and I won't speak for him, but we believe that this is the city of Brockton, but it's a business. In every business that I've ever entertained, you have performance measures. You make sure employees meet the benchmarks, and if they exceed the benchmarks, that's when benefit happens. So performance measures has been in collaboration with our department heads. You'll see them in the budget. Each department head has to meet the performance measures. And we'll do that over a 3-year standard. So we're going forward over the next 3 years, but they're defined in here. And I think it's a brilliant thing that hasn't happened in the city of Brockton. I'm not taking credit for it. It's a collaboration, but I do think it's the right thing as we treat this as a business, a $500 million business. I also just want to let you know, quite honestly, that we need to continue what we've been doing, welcoming, inclusive, city of Brockton. All employees that work here are taking mandatory diversity, equity, and inclusion training, unconscious bias training, white privilege training. We are marketing the city of Brockton, but we're also giving the tools in the toolbox to all the employees. And there's a cost associated with that. I know some of you had some questions about consultant fees, and we're happy to answer all those. If you run a business, you know, you hope to be able to do it 100% in-house, but that's a misnomer. You can't do it. You have to get some experts that necessarily aren't employed here, but they have a skill set and a professional acronym that's going to help us take it to the next level. I also just want to let you know that we're working with our IT, and I know Ted Medeiros is here, and eventually IT will leave Brockton High and come to the new public safety building, which is great. It's going to free up classroom space for the students and staff at Brockton High. But the tracking performance metrics, there's a dashboard that's in the queue right now that's being worked so that IT was be able to put it on. And this year, I made a commitment this year, FY23, put it online so every resident, every business owner, every constituent that elects you, elects me, will be able to look. It's all about transparency. It's all about transparency. And I know when Mayor Fowler was mayor and when Mayor Rodriguez, that's the name of the game. Transparency, collaboration. My last thing is to let you know, and all of you know this, and all of you have supported all the endeavors that we're doing, but Brockton's on the move. It's on the move. It's recognized by Standards & Poor's and Moody's. The CFO is going to be able to talk about what they've said recently about the city of Brockton. Their highest standard right now is upon the city of Brockton, and I'm going to let Troy tell you about that. But again, I just want to thank you very much for your commitment, your public service. Know that the last 2 years, the budget that has been approved and ratified has done really great things for the city of Brockton, but it's also been recognized by 2 years in a row getting the GFOA award. Never happened in the history of Brockton, but through the efforts of the City Council and the CFO's office, we've been able to achieve that. And I can tell you that when we went down to Washington, D.C., and we met with the folks at the GFOA, they are raving about Brockton, Massachusetts. We know how great it is, but now in D.C., they know how great it is as well. So again, I want to just humbly ask for you to support this budget tonight as we continue to move forward on the city side. I know Superintendent Thomas will be here tomorrow night on the school side and the school committee members as well. But at the end of the day, the game is to make sure that everybody in the city of Brockton feels like they're getting the benefit for the taxes that they pay, and that we, as a municipality, are making sure that we harness the investment, we harness the talent pool of employees, we attract new employees, we bring back former employees that understand how great the city of Brockton is. And again, I'm here tonight to answer any questions on behalf of my office and the city as a whole. And I thank you for this, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Clarkson, anything before I go to the councilors?
Yes, just very briefly, Mr. Chairman and members of the council, a couple of weeks ago, Standard & Poor's did a ratings call with the city to rate approximately $4 million in debt for a loan order that you approved to purchase some new fire apparatus. I just want to very briefly read to you from their ratings report, which is what they send to the financial community to garner interest in purchasing Brockton debt. Brockton is revitalizing existing housing stock among other economic development projects citywide. The city leverages its access to the greater Boston employment base along with 3 separate commuter rail stops within city limits, resulting in property tax base growth to more than $9 billion in 2021. The rating further reflects our view of the city's recently strong budgetary performance despite the effect of COVID-19 on operation. This rating reflects our view of Brockton's surging economic development bolstered by its access to Boston, good financial management policies and practices under our financial management assessment methodology, and a strong institutional framework, positive results for the past 2 fiscal years, growing reserves, and maintaining liquidity. I lead with that, Mr. Chairman, to demonstrate that the mayor and I, for the last several years, have stood before you, not only at budget time, but throughout the year, and talked about the improvements that we've been trying to make to Brockton's financial footing and to the understanding outside the borders of Brockton about our efforts, our collective efforts. I read that to you to demonstrate that the mayor is correct. Outside of Brockton, people are listening, people are taking notice, and they're noticing good things. And so we submit this budget to you on very firm financial footing that is positioning the city of Brockton to be in a very strong place, not only for fiscal year 23, but for many, many years to come. And we're making decisions and recommendations to you to set up future generations of city councilors, mayors, and CFOs to be on that same firm financial footing. And a big part of that, which has impacts on this operating budget, was the pension obligation bond that you approved a few months ago. Over the course of that payback of that loan, the next 15 years, we do anticipate the city will save in actual dollars $91 million. Our underwriters, Stiefel Nicholas, who have underwritten 36 pension obligation bond projects across the United States in the last couple of years, publicly stated that the Brockton project was the best they had seen in the United States. So it's on that foundation that we submit this budget to you. For the first time, we, the mayor and I, along with our teams, are undertaking long-range financial planning. And you will soon see the results of that, where Tiffany Sayasulo and our new, or I should say returning auditor, Karen Praval, are collaborating to create a 3-year financial plan so that together we can review not only next year's budget, but 3 years from now, so that we can really start to take the long view on the efficacy of funding collective bargaining agreements and spending capital dollars. So we really don't want to discuss future budgets in a vacuum, but looking at it against the backdrop of what the long-term costs will be. Right alongside that, we will continue to work with you to pursue capital investment. As with last year's budget, capital investments are not included in this budget, but would be included right now. Most of our capital items are being funded through ARPA, but we're still working on a long-range capital plan to submit to you for other capital investments. As the mayor mentioned, we are suggesting, or you have already approved and reflected in this budget, is the actual budget funding of those 2 new enterprise funds, which will streamline finances, particularly for the parking authority that had a sort of confusing funding mechanism of 3 different funds coming together. This is much clearer, more transparent, and easier not only for all of us, but for the public to understand. Probably the most important thing that I'll say to you tonight is that this budget is based on conservative revenue forecasting. Every budget that I have been part of presenting to you has been the case. And it has led to significant surpluses for the last couple of years. We do anticipate another robust surplus for this year, for fiscal '22, to help us build on next year's budget. But that's really important because in some communities, they build the revenues based on the amount of money they want to spend. Not here, not in Brockton. And my predecessor, Jay Condon, had the same philosophy. So we build our budgets on actual conservative revenues. If we know generally, particularly for, say, for local receipts, if we know we're going to take in $1 million, we'll project next year at $800,000. So we build a cushion, and that served us well during COVID. And finally, I think it's important to also echo what the mayor said about our financial policies. Those financial policies, for the first time, are codified in this budget document. That's one of the things the markets took notice of. And so we have, on everything from setting reserves to financial projections, there are financial policies that are part of this budget document that guide how our financial teams do their daily work. So I'm very proud to have been part of this process. I'm proud to sit here with the mayor and present this to you. And as the mayor said, I too am happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilors? Questions for the mayor on the mayor's budget?
Just a comment,
Councilor
Mr. Chairman.
Farwell.
After we do the mayor's budget, I'd like to ask unanimous consent that we allow him to go to the award ceremony. I think it's important for the mayor as chairperson to be at the school committee, particularly for an award ceremony. And then if there are questions, he can come back tomorrow night, come back every night he'd like to join us. But I do think that's important. So if there isn't any objection, I hope we'll allow him to do that.
I think that'd be perfectly fine. Councilors, last call for questions. Councilor D'Agostino.
Good evening. Thanks for joining us here this evening. And I want to thank first, having been very much involved in several school budgets. I know how much work goes into putting this together, and so I really want to thank everybody who worked on this. This is months and months of work that went into putting this together, and I know that, and so I appreciate all that effort from everybody who was involved. And I would totally support you going and going to that awards ceremony and missing the rest of the night. That's one of the best parts of being on the school committee, is giving awards to the kids. So, couple questions. I'll try and be quick. As you know, I told you I had some questions just on some items. The consultant item under purchase of services, contractual services as well. I'm just curious as to what those items, those funds will be used for and have been used for.
Yeah, I can answer those. Relative to consultants in my office, Dr. Rick Herman, who all of you have met, I have engaged since the onset of COVID. We pay Rick $175 an hour. He used to get over $500 as an expert witness, $175 an hour as a medical consultant. He has saved lives through his efforts. I also have a Brocktonian, Brockton High grad, New York Times bestselling author, Dave Wedge. David is public relations and strategic communications. He gets paid on a monthly basis, $4,000. He has been able to open up the city of Brockton to the Boston market. That's why we're in the Boston Globe and we're in the Herald. It's why a lot of channels come here to our flag raisings and the like. He worked at the Herald for years. Another consultant that was paid, no longer works for us, was Mary Beth Bernard. She was providing HR services at $150 an hour. Her total payment for the city of Brockton was $9,550. Once Sandy Charton came on, there was no need to have Mary Beth. You know, as I said, my goal is to get the best and the best, and also to make sure that the consultants that we get go through the procurement. Mike Morris is 100% always on board. Certain things are excluded, like medical services are excluded from procurement law. But contract services, let me just look at it, Counselor, if I could. The consultants and the contractual services, some other things that we may or may not do if you accept that dollar amount. We need to continue to look at recruitment. We had to get headhunters, professional, I don't call them that anymore, professional recruiters to help us try to get some of the best and the best. Economic consulting services is something we may or may not look at down the road to help us. Collins Institute is one that has helped the city of Brockton in the past, at UMass Boston. So, you know, I think consulting service and contractual services, quite honestly, in the city of Brockton, all the departments, they're pretty much synonymous. So if you look at the total dollar amount, it's 150, no, it's, Jesus, my eyes are terrible, 100,000 plus 120, it's 220,000 total that could be utilized to help the city of Brockton, Councilor D'Agostino. That's what it is in terms of the mayor's office. I'll let the other departments opine on what they use. But I do want to thank Councilor Fowler. I know he asked a request. I want to thank the auditor for helping attract consultant contracts to give out. But those in my office, those are the three that we have used. Two are still current. And again, Ms. Bernard doesn't work for the city anymore as a consultant.
Okay. I think, let me just open the other page. I think that's all I had. Thank you very much for those answers.
Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Clarkson.
Good evening, Councilor.
Going through this year's budget was so much easier than our last couple budgets. They were great budgets. I just think this one was, had a little more information in it, streamlined. I love the tabs, so it was more easy to go through this year. You can see the amount of effort that was put into this, and it really is. It was really good to hear that blurb that you read earlier, Troy, about what other, what the financial institutions think about Brockton. And again, it is a collaborative effort, but your effort to put us in that position is we're really happy about that. And so I had two questions about the actual budget. I see that there's a 200% increase in the tourism promo line item. And so maybe you could explain what exactly services are we looking at in their line item next year?
Yeah, absolutely, Counselor. So I'm hoping, I'm not going to jinx myself, although I'm a little superstitious, I'm hoping COVID is going to be decreased, right? The tourism component of the city of Brockton is we want to attract people to come to Brockton and spend money, right? So the Brockton Rocks is a new ownership. If anybody was there recently, it's fun again. It's like how it was in the beginning, right? It's kid-friendly, it's family-oriented, so the Rocks. We have the Milton Museum located downtown. You don't have to go to Boston to see a Remington or a Degas or a Picasso. You can come downtown. We, as a city, need to enhance the ability to get more people here. I want to give a shout-out to State Rep Jerry Cassidy, who has been able to get state funding. We're going to have the Marvelous Marvin Hagler statue downtown. We're going to have a parklet downtown. It's going to be welcoming to people. We have the largest sports statue in the Northern Hemisphere up at the Marciano Stadium with Rocky Marciano. Rep Cassidy honored my request, and he was able to get funding for a Frederick Douglass statue that we're going to have on Frederick Douglass Way. So, you know, my goal as mayor is to attract people here. I also know that we as a city need to look at the history of Brockton, right? I know right now we're looking, and Sidney Merrow is working with the NAACP and the African American Association for a Black History Trail in the city of Brockton. It was stops on the Underground Railroad here, right on High Street, which is now Frederick Douglass. So I've asked to put in some additional money for tourism to be able to harness the Brockton partnership that we have, working with the Chamber of Commerce. Again, the Brockton partnership is led by Bob Rivers, who's the CEO of Eastern Bank, grew up in Stoughton. We are committing to market Brockton, to attract people to come to Brockton. A new hotel is going to be built at the Westgate Mall. We want to be able to fill that, right? And so we want to be able to make sure that the restaurants flourish. So I've humbly put that money in there because my goal is to be able to market it, much like when Councilor Rodriguez was the mayor. And I remember the story he told when I was sitting up there. He was in Boston and he saw on a Boston bus, you know, go to Lynn, go to Lawrence, go to Haverhill, whatever it is. Brockton needs to do that. And so that's what that is. And also the only other thing, and I know all of you have supported it, the Brockton is Open for Business app that we're doing, working with Adelsa Mendez at the BRA. So the tourism component is to understand the history of Brockton, the benefits of Brockton, extracurricular, sports, arts, Brockton Symphony, Fuller Craft Museum, DW Fields Park, which is a gym. And I know we need to spend a little money to get the message out and attract people here.
So is that going to be done through a management company, or is this going to be managed out of your office?
So the money, Council, will be based in the mayor's office, the mayor's budget, right, for this. But I'll give you an example, and I told Councilor Castro this. The Brockton Partnership, as I said, is a collaboration of people that want a better Brockton. And it's been going on since Mayor Carpenter, the late Mayor Bill Carpenter was mayor, and it was under Mayor Rodriguez, and it continues. COVID put a damper on everything. But we have recently spoken to all the members of the Brockton Partnership, including OCPC and Mary Walden and her team, to come up with a new slogan, "It's Better in Brockton." And to do that, we have to commit some money. So I've committed $50,000. Bob Rivers from Eastern Bank committed another 50, and Chris Cooney from the Chamber another 50. 150 grand to market it. And how we're going to market it is they've hired, through Mr. Rivers, a professional marketing PR firm that's doing videos. And if anybody was at, and a lot of you were there at the high school graduation on Saturday, they were there filming. So they're doing snippets around the city to do social media content, to do video content, to do print ad, and so that's one component. You know, the tourism with the advertising, I know some questions on advertising as well. I kind of think they're in essence, kind of synonymous, because at the end of the day, we want to spend money, but we want to spend it to get the biggest bang and biggest return. And so that's kind of the goal right now, Councilor.
Great, you know, and I'm looking forward to the, you know, to see what that campaign looks like, see Brockton advertised more throughout the Commonwealth, and, you know, hopefully see the fruits of that labor with increased tourism, people coming to Brockton, and, you know, more businesses coming to Brockton. So I think that's a great idea. I was going to ask about advertising, but I see you kind of filled in that the advertising budget will be used similarly.
Absolutely. I mean, the dollars that are here, if you accept those and ratify those, we're going to spend them to market Brockton, and showcase Brockton, the people of Brockton, the restaurants, the ethnic diversity, the beautiful aspects of Brockton. And we all know that the news tends to show the bad things that happen in a city, but they don't talk about on Saturday the kid that graduates going to Stanford, the other one going to Brown, the other one going to Yale, the other one going to Harvard. They're not talking about that. But they also aren't talking about DW Golf Course was the highest grossing revenue during COVID last year in the history of the city of Brockton. It's not just people that golf in Massachusetts. We're getting people from Connecticut, Rhode Island, New Hampshire coming here. So it's all encompassing, but I think at the end of the day, we have to spend money to get the return on the investment.
Now, any aspect of this money, is it going to be, talking to different developers, will Brockton have somebody who's dedicated to reaching out to different industries throughout either the Commonwealth or even the country to highlight, what Brockton has to offer in respects to attracting those industries, our educational base, our hospital base, all the workers that we have here in Brockton, somebody, that's out kind of on the street, talking up Brockton and, what we have to offer here for their businesses this doesn't seem like it's specifically for that type of use, but, do we have any plan on having somebody dedicated to go out there and try to attract industry and commercial businesses into Brockton?
Yeah, I mean, that's a fair question. I think it's a collaboration, with Mr. Jenkins from the BRA, right? Mr. May's the city planner. He's got some new additional team members that are there, 2 other junior planners as well. Adelsa Mendez, as we've talked about, the BRA is going to hire Adelsa Part 2, a different person in that role as well. I pick up the phone and call people all the time, and that's why I think the value of consultants is key, because the Herald, and this isn't tooting my own horn, I just happen to have the byline, to do op-eds in the Herald to get the film tax credit and make sure that it passed the legislature, has paid dividends in the city of Brockton. To do an op-ed on the beautiful of Brockton, I think is paramount, right? So we don't necessarily, Council, have a dedicated person. I think it's a collaboration approach. I don't think it's a bad idea to come up with that idea, but right now, like an example would be myself, Rob May, Robert Jenkins, Davison Perez from my office in Troy. We did an hour interview today with a business journal. They're going to run a story on the city of Brockton. They're going to come down and do some photos. Doesn't cost us a dime. And they read about Brockton in some of the periodicals that have already captured the beautiful Brockton. So great question. We can look into it further. It's not a bad idea at all to have a point person. Right now, it's kind of a team effort.
Okay. Well, I appreciate those answers. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Azak,
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
anytime.
Good evening, Mayor and Mr. Clarkson. Thank you
Evening, Counselor.
for being here, and this is exciting. I was so happy when I saw that tourism line item. I think it's long overdue. It's really exciting because Brockton, we've been working on this for a long time, so I'm happy to see that. I loved your explanation of it. I think, years ago, my first year on the council, Mayor Carpenter, we did this big forum over at the Shaw Center.
Yep.
And the biggest thing that came out of it was that we need to market ourselves better, and we don't do that. So I'm happy to see this. I think this is exciting. So I look forward to seeing the results of it. My question to you is on the following page. You have under total, right on the second page, you have Women's Commission, Diversity Commission, Historical Commission, and the Youth Task Force, which all have the small budgets, but I'm hoping that means that these commissions are going to be up and active.
Yeah, I'll be honest, Troy heard me complaining today. I'm thankful that the city council has appointed some new members to these commissions. I know that when I spoke to some of the members that had been carryovers from previous administrations, they were ready, willing, and able to move forward. Some of them were very apprehensive with COVID. Good example, Kimberly Zouzoua has been a phenomenal resident of Brockton, but she just resigned because she's doing work down south. So I'm hopeful. We did another SOS call today on social media to try to get more people actively engaged. We have adopted, appointed new people. We want to attract the best, but we also understand that it's a volunteer concept, right? But I'm putting the money in. It's not a lot of money, but we want to get a good return on that. So again, I'm humbly going to, I know this is on TV, I'm humbly asking if anybody's interested in Women's Commission, Diversity Commission, and Historic Commission to please send a letter of resume, letter of interest, and we'll do that. We want to add to that team. Youth Task Force Council, as you know, and former Councilor Tina Cardoza, when she was on, when Councilor Cardoza was on, we talked about this. I will tell you that Jasmine Bradshire, who's in my office, she's the Director of Social Services. Before that, it was Corin Capiello, has been working yeoman's hours. Now, what I do want you to know is the dollar amounts that are shown here were dated April 30th, okay, so that we could go to print. So we have some expenses for the Youth Task Force in the queue right now. We are paying for, and we are doing the summer program. We're doing the mayor's after dark program. We are working with community schools and the YMCA as well. So again, if there's anybody that you know, any of you know, and I said this, we met with the state delegation today. I want to get more people, number one, that want to be involved and want to enhance the quality of life in the city of Brockton through these commissions.
And so they would send it to your office? Anybody in particular in your office that they should?
Brady Winston is the one that runs all boards and commissions. Again, she's government affairs for my office. But if you just send it to the mayor's office, send it to me, mayorsullivan@cobma.us or Sydney Merrill, and we'll get it out. And we'll do the same thing that we've done for every board and commission. Reach out to the person, schedule a Zoom or an in-person, and go through the process and then submit it and get it before you and get it ratified.
Thank you, because I personally get a lot of calls on some of these where people are asking if there are any, you know, if they're up and the commissions are up and running. And from my understanding, you know, I know that there were some that were empty, vacant, that you were trying to fill. So this is good. So,
I have, not to cut you, I'm sorry. I have also asked that, you know, after the new fiscal year, I'm going to have a, I don't know what the word is, not a retreat, a symposium, individual. I did this with the War Memorial Trustees that you guys all appointed 5 new members, right? Well, we ratified and confirmed Miles Jackson, but everybody else is new, to have sit-downs because we're only going to get out of it what they put into it. I can't force people to have meetings when they're on it, right? It's not the purview of the mayor to force them to have meetings, but it should be happening on a regular basis and spending the money. It's not a lot of money, but to engage and to make a difference.
perfect.
So we'll be doing that sometime in July.
I think that's great. So thank you, and we'll help spread the word. And lastly, once again, I know you talked a little bit about tourism, historical commission, a little bit of everything. The Little Red Schoolhouse.
Yeah.
I know that for years we've been working on, can we put some money into that? Because it's really, it is, it's one of our gems.
So, Troy, you be my witness, right? I have spoken to everybody and their brother about the Little Red Schoolhouse. It's kind of the bee in my bonnet right now. I made a pledge that on June 4th, when we're sitting at Marciano Stadium, we're looking across, that it's not going to look like an eyesore. And this year, to the credit of the facilities on the school side, it was mulched, it was flowered, it looked presentable. But we need to do a better job. Forest Ave is pretty much the main entrance into Brockton High, right? For a lot of visitors and even students and parents. We need to do a better job. So what I have done is I've put that on the list of ARPA projects. I have asked Dan Pilata, our ARPA manager, to work with the school side. Technically, it's a city asset, but it's under the care and custody of the schools. It's located on the schools. So I will promise you again, because they know how important it is. I also know that former Councilor Petty and former Councilor Beauregard are very concerned about it as well. So God willing, I'm here next year at this time, right? But you will feel much better next year at this time.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you,
And hopefully
Counselor.
you make it to that award. That is everybody should be at that award ceremony.
That's
Those
250 kids
make us
tonight.
proud.
Counselor.
Let's go then.
He's trying, Counselor, yeah. Linda Castro.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening, Counselor.
Questions have been asked. However, I had one question on page 296 under the expense summary. Part-time salaries for your office is going up quite a bit, 298%, more than $50,000.
Yep.
Your office is always understaffed, but I'd like to get an idea of who you'll be bringing in part-time.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Great question. I stood here 2 years ago and again last year. Now I'm not standing, I'm sitting. I like this better. Thank you very much. We are working with Bridgewater State University to get on interns, and we're paying them $15 an hour. I have Megan in my office right now. Great example, Sarah Butler. Bridgewater State was in the CFO's office, $15 an hour. Now she's a full-time employee in the CFO's office, and she's phenomenal. So Joe Francois, who served under Mayor Balzotti, Mayor Carpenter, Mayor Rodriguez, and myself, is the only part-time employee for the mayor's office. He's $26,000 based on a 2% raise. Everybody in my office gets the 2% raise, except for, let me be clear, my chief of staff, I have matched her to the wisdom of the city council. They approved pay raises for ordinance positions. So Sydney's pay scale meets all the assistant department heads that got the raises, and that's why hers is a little higher than everybody else. But I want to continue to do the internship. I want to open it up, not just Bridgewater, Curry College we've been talking to, Stonehill College. I was with Father Denning the other day. We have one intern right now that's not getting paid. He's getting academic credit. But that's what that $50,000 is, Counselor. It's a buffer. I don't expect to pay interns $50 grand, but I want to pay them because they're getting some value and they're providing a service that's valuable.
Sounds great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, councilors. Anybody else? Are we good to move on? Councilor Mendez.
Yes, speaking on the salary, so it was a perfect segue. I have a question regarding Jensen's salary. Not that I have an issue. It's just confusing because he's the communications liaison, and then it says a note that 80% of that is paid from the cable revolving fund, which is $33,000 in that fund. So is his $41,000 plus that $33,000?
Oh, no, Counselor. So, under previous mayors, Peter Zimble, great Brockton guy, he's gone on to great things. Peter was working for Mayor Carpenter. It's a position. I do a TV show called Our Brockton, and it's produced by Jensen. So we're able to lawfully, make that clear, lawfully and transparency, pay 80% of his salary. That's his total salary amount, the 41, and 80% of that is paid from the BCA cable dollar amounts that we get from Xfinity or Comcast. He's not making 41 plus 33.
That's too bad. I thought he was, because I think he's great. So you should
I do
consider
too. He
giving
is
him
great.
a bigger raise next time, because he follows you all around. Weekends and nights, he's the true keeper. So
He is.
I'll advocate for him next time then.
So the other thing that I want to make clear, my salary is not that. I wish it was. My salary is $156,273, $156 grand, $273. It's my current budget. But much like the city council raises, mine is based on the CPI index. My first raise for year one was $700 because the CPI index was in the tank because of COVID. This is a projection on April 30th of what the CPI index would be, hopefully on June 30th. My wife and my kids hope that's what it is, but as of right now, that is not what I get paid. I just want everybody to know that. All of us, all elected officials that get raises based on CPI should do okay, because the index is up high right now, and it will close out the last day of this month. Just transparency, just to let you all know. That's a projection. I hope that's what it is.
Okay. You and me both. Councilor, did you have something? Councilor Texera.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, to be here. I got a question. You said it's 2% pay increase, but with Joseph, what do you got? 20%? Francois?
20%? No.
When I did the math from last year, 2022 to 2023,
He was making
got
20.
a raise of,
What figure did you, Council, what figure did you have for him for last year?
it was 19 plus.
That's tough.
I believe it was only two. We can check on that.
That's right, I'm sorry. Counselor, he got a raise mid-year. He has been helping us for COVID outreach. He actually goes door to door. He delivers food to people that are homebound. I forgot about this. So we gave him a little bump mid-year for his efforts that are actually beyond his scope, quite honestly. He's doing a lot of work on the weekends. He also has been going to all the clinics. We're not doing as many clinics anymore, but he has been doing that. So you are correct, sir. I charged Mr. Messia with John to do the Health Equity Task Force and the Wellness Trust. He coordinates, he's not medically trained, but he coordinates all our Wellness Trust nurses going door to door. He also has worked with Latin Women's Association, Cape Verdean Association, Haitian Community Partners, Pinnacle Partners. He himself is the one that's been working with BEMA to get them out. We got a Board of Health a grant, so his raise gives him a raise, but it's not from city funds, it's from that grant that we're getting from the Board of Health.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor.
Please. Councilors, if that's all, thank you for coming, Mr. Mayor.
Thank
Oh,
you.
Councilor
Council-
Tavares.
I know you're
Sorry
in a
about
rush to
that.
go.
No. I'll stay as long as you want me to, of course.
Speaking about Board of Health, my question to Board of Health, like, I still not understand, like, why we only have 2 code enforcement from outside. This is my question, is because we don't have the money, or why we only have 2 code enforcement?
The Board of Health.
Outside, I'm talking about outside.
Well, one thing that, and I know Dr. Montesir will be before you, one thing that I have done as the mayor, all of the Board of Health inspectors that currently are in the Stadinsky building are coming here to City Hall in this month, in July. They're going to be actually physically located in City Hall upstairs. They will be under the care and custody of Jim Plouffe. The inspectors will be here. In terms of how many we have on the street, right now we've had a lot of face-to-face meetings with the inspectors. We're trying to make sure that they multitask. Quality of life has been a key complaint. I complain myself. Trash, Mr. Butler right now, we have to multi-train, because right now, I hope that the city council passes the food truck ordinance. I support the food trucks. It should have been here decades ago. But right now, the only one that can inspect the food trucks would be Mr. Butler. Makes no sense. It doesn't make any sense. So we have to cross-train folks. But the biggest thing I feel, and it's not micromanaging, and it's not faulting anybody, and you served in that role, Council, you know how important it is. I need them to be here at City Hall for many reasons. Be here, be able to report to meetings on a regular basis so that we share it. If we can bring additional folks on, the size of the city of Brockton, 106,000, I would welcome that. I would, of course, with Troy, come before the city council. But I know Dr. Montesir is, I think he's coming tomorrow night, he has all the information that would be relative to the Board of Health.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor.
Counselor? All right, before any other hands come up, Mr. Mayor, I think you can still make it.
Again, I just want to thank each and every one of you. I sat up there for 14 years. Budget process is extremely grueling. It's extremely important. I know all of you have read the books and really done your due diligence, because I've checked with department heads. A lot of you have spoken to Troy. A lot of you have met with department heads. And I'll leave you on this note. In the history of the city of Brockton, we had a historic event happen the other day. The first $1 million single-family house sale happened in Brockton. Someone paid $1 million for a house in the city of Brockton on Fairview Avenue. So it's really a milestone in Brockton. It's helping us, but people are moving here because they understand all of the collaborative efforts of city council, school committee, mayor's office, state delegation. Right now we have 2 reps and 1 senator, but really the whole thing is to make sure we serve the citizens of Brockton. So I truly thank you all. God bless and have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Counselor Azak.
I would like to motion to take Southeastern Regional Vocational Technical Schools out of order and hear them next.
Second.
Motion's been properly made and seconded. All those in favor? All opposed? Mr. Superintendent. Good evening, sir. Would you like to bring up the,
Sure.
good evening?
So, good evening, and thank you for having us here today. So I'm glad that after 15 years on the year I retired, you allowed me to sit instead of stand. But with me today is Chair of our school committee from Brockton, as you all know, Tony Branch. Jerson wasn't able to make it. He had a last minute. Jerson Montero is the other school committee member from Brockton, had a last. And then also, I want to just acknowledge and welcome the incoming superintendent, Holly McLannon, who will be taking my place upon my retirement early August. So Holly, for those of you that don't know, has been with us for almost a decade. She's got a legal background, grant background, does a lot with personnel, diversity and equity, and before that she was legal counsel for the MSBA. So she's got a great background, and the school is going to be left in great hand under her leadership. So with that, tonight, I'm going to present, and I'll be brief, and again, if there's any questions, I can go into detail if you'd like. Present kind of our budget for the upcoming year. The assessment or request for the city of Brockton is $4,408,899. That's an increase of $157,014 from the previous year. Out of the 1,631 students that we serve from our 9 communities, over 1,000, in fact, 1,002 come from Brockton. So Brockton clearly makes up over 60%, usually around 63 to 65% of our student base. So even though we're located in Easton, we're very much a Brockton community school and part of the Brockton community. So the budget that the school committee voted on is a fiscally responsible budget. Again, it comes in at net school spending and foundation we're able to operate. That we've been able to do that for the past 14 years or so. So we're very proud of that. We try to stay fiscally responsive. We know that there's limited funds for all the communities, and so we try to keep that in mind. Despite that, we've continued to grow. We've continued to do renovations. About 7 years ago, we did a close to $40 million renovation project. This past year, we just finished a $9 million art center. And both of those projects have been funded through sources other than increases in local assessments or requiring debt exclusions or debt overrides, because we recognize that could be a hardship. So that's it. I think my only plug tonight is that part of the Art Center, we have some funding for a summer community theater program that kids from grade 2nd right through high school. There's scholarships and funding available. We really want to encourage people to get involved in the arts. It's a great space. We want it to be used by all 9 of our communities. So if you know someone who wants to be part of, who's in the arts and wants to be part of that, just reach out to my office or to the school, and we'll get you in touch with the right people. It's a great program over the summer that we're starting this year. So with that, I'll stop and take questions.
Thank you. Oh, we got a couple. Councilor Minicello, followed by Councilor Azak.
Good evening, Mr. Superintendent. Thank you for coming. How many applicants would you say you will receive on an annual basis?
So I just looked that up. So we received to date, we have 1,486 applications. We accept we accept just over 400, about 410 this year. We've had 878 applications from 8th graders who reside in Brockton.
And are there any plans to be able to broaden or increase the number of the student body over at Southeastern so that more of those interested students can take part in the education at Southeastern?
So, the short answer is yes or no. So we want to expand where it's practical and work, but we also want to build partnerships, because the last thing we want to do is take from the other 9 communities their budget and their, and destroy basically their school budgets and so forth. And so one of the things that we've done is really try to not only expand. Just 5 years ago, we only accepted 350, so we've been expanding by about 20 students a year, which means modest increase in assessments to the communities. But we've also expanded partnerships. We started 3 years ago Holly was one of the people that was able to get some private foundation money to allow up to 200 students from Brockton High School and Brockton Public Schools, high school students, to get Chapter 74 vocational education as part of our After Dark program. So they, at 2:30, they leave Brockton High, we pick them up on a bus. They're with us 3 times a week till about 5:30, and they can graduate from one of 10 vocational programs. So I think, you know, it's not just expanding and taking more seats. I think it's building partnerships with the communities.
And what are those 10 vocational programs that students can participate in?
What are the 10 programs? I'm going to get some of them wrong, but culinary arts, dental assisting, advanced manufacturing, medical, early ed, engineering, legal and protective services. It's based on 2 things. It's based on, we look at where the biggest interest is, because when they apply, they say what they're interested in, but we also base it on we got to make sure we can staff it after school. So there's an application process that we filed jointly with the city of Brockton, the school system, and Superintendent Thomas and I, you know, do an annual memorandum of agreement on that.
And after graduation, what percentage of students go into the trades, and what percentage would you say go into a 4-year college program?
It varies. Typically, we're about 65% are going on to some form of higher education. A lot of those are technical schools that they need in order to get those advanced degrees in their industry. And then the remainder, we have about 5% that go into the military, and the remainder are going right into industry. This year, we've had a record number of students on co-op. Co-op are paid externships, so they're actually part of their senior year. They're going out working with local companies and getting paid. We've had close to 200 students take part of that this year between our juniors and seniors, and they've earned combined over $1 million.
If people are watching tonight and they're saying to themselves, you know, what is the best way for a student to prepare themselves to successfully be picked to be in Southeastern? What is the, I guess, what would you say to a parent in middle school when the child is, you know, just starting out middle school and the child shows an interest in Southeastern? What advice would you give the parent to get that child prepared and perhaps they're in the best footing to enter and be accepted to Southeastern?
So we follow blind admissions. There's 4 areas: student attendance, behavior, grades, and then an interview, and at 5 in the recommendation. So because of COVID, attendance, we've over the last 2 years, we've given everyone full credit for attendance. You know, minor infractions do not get you in trouble, but, you know, obviously you got to have good behavior. Attendance is important because it affects your grades. So really that's what it is. And it starts at the 7th grade. So one of the things we've been able to do is go out to even at the 6th grade and talk to these students. And we really try to, if one of the things that I'm proud of is that our admissions team works very closely. If there's someone who really needs to be or should be at Southeastern getting a vocational education, we will work with you and get you either traditionally through entrance at the 9th grade, through a transfer at the 10th grade, through the After Dark program, through our post-secondary. We have a dual enrollment program where they can come in as seniors and transition and transfer right into our post-secondary school. A lot of people don't realize that we have a year 13 post-secondary certificate program. So there's other avenues. So you know, go to school during the 7th and 8th grade, and if Southeast is where you want to be, reach out to us, and we'll look at, because there may be an avenue that parents haven't thought of.
Thank you. Very good information. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Azak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Superintendent Lopes. And I would like to extend my congratulations to the incoming superintendent, Ms. McCannon, correct?
McClannon, yes.
Congratulations. So thank you again, Superintendent. It's always, you know, great to have you here. And I have to tell you, Southeastern is not the Southeastern when I was in high school. It's come a long way, and it's always exciting First of all, the renovations are amazing that you've done. The theater program is, there was a presentation not too long ago, a few months back, really nice. And your renovations are amazing, but I'm really impressed that the program now, kids can get college credits and and learn a trade, so they can pay their way through college, which is amazing, which isn't, they couldn't do that before, you know, and up until recently. So I think you're doing, whatever you're doing there, it's working. And I know this year you had a record number of applicants. I know that, and it's always hard for students, you know, if they have their heart set on going there, but it's hard when you're getting, how many applications? I think you said 14,486 and only accepting 400 of them. That's a huge number. So any plans to expand? Any plans to expand these numbers, or?
So I probably should wait to talk to the school committee about this next week, but since I'm retiring, can't do anything to me. So we just found out today that there may be an opportunity through the executive office for a $5 to $10 million expansion around STEM. And so we do have some conceptual plans, and I have spoken to them, some conceptual plans, potentially adding a science wing, focused on everything from engineering, IT, networking, automation, robotics, and automated controls, and add a couple science labs. So that would allow us to expand slightly. So those are the plans, but also the partnerships have allowed us to expand. Our partnership with Massasoit Community College, where we've had, I think, tomorrow night at graduation, and you're all invited to attend. Please let me know if you're attending. We have some VIP seats. I understand you're here, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're here.
But anyway, we have 26 seniors graduating, not just with a high school diploma, but also with an associate's degree. And what that allows us to do is one way we're able to increase our incoming class size is because those students are taking their academic classes junior and senior year at Massasoit. So it allows us to increase the enrollment. So we're trying to be creative, but also trying to be respectful of the budget and the assessments to the communities.
Exciting. Well, thank you for sharing that with us. So lastly, your budget, really, we don't get a lot of information on your budget. What is your total budget?
So our total budget for the entire school is $34,546,636, which is a 3.9% increase over the current year. And if you look at, when you break down, a lot of that increase in the Chapter 70 aid and required spending is part of the Student Opportunity Act that really targets our economically disadvantaged students, our English language learners, and our students with disabilities. So that's where you're seeing that increase. But that's kind of what our budget, our negotiated cost of living ranges from 2%, 3%, and some are 4%. So it's in that range, depending on where you are.
Okay. Thank you for that information. This is what the Brockton Public Schools gives us, so it's a little more detailed. Maybe in the future, the future superintendent will bring us a little more detailed budget. I think that would be interesting, just to see where we're at.
It's available. This is actually the abbreviated version that we share with other communities. So if that's the way you want it to be presented, we can definitely present to you the full budget.
Thank you.
I know you have a lot to look at, so we try to be respectful
But it's
of that.
very interesting to see where the funds are going. So thank you again, and thank you for your years of service. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Farwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Superintendent Lopes, you've always been accessible if I needed information or called. You have gone through a, shall we say, tumultuous time period this year, not of your own making, unnecessary and unfortunate, which has polarized people and communities, but through it all, you never lost focus on the fact that the school was what was important, the students were what was important, the faculty was what was important. And I think for a public official who is finishing his career, at least at Southeastern, and I have no idea what you're going to do in your retirement years, and I wish you nothing but good health and happiness. I think that's extraordinary. And I think the school has been very fortunate to have you. All of us in public life have our detractors. I'm sure there are some decisions you made that faculty and staff didn't enjoy, but I just want you to know, not just as an elected official, but as a resident of Brockton, I appreciate someone like you who was willing to step up to the plate, make tough recommendations, and assert your leadership, all for the benefit of students in school. And I hope that, and I'm sure your successor will do the same thing, and we will help her in any way we can. So many, many thanks. And again, good health and much happiness in your retirement.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Counselor. Absolutely. If I could echo Counselor Farwell. We'll really miss you. You've done a fantastic job, and thank you for all you've done for the Brockton students.
Great, great. I just wanted to say thank you for the city of Brockton for supporting us. Before that, I worked down in New Bedford, and the level of support, although I enjoyed every moment down there as well and met a lot of great people, Brockton has always made Southeastern feel welcome, and part of our students are part of the Brockton school system as well. And so being able to work together for the kids has been a blessing for me. So thank you.
And Mr. Superintendent, I believe that concludes your last budget before us. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Good luck.
If you miss us, you can come back next year and just sit.
Be here. Same bat time, same bat channel.
Next department on the agenda is City Clerk. City Clerk Timothy Cruz.
Mr. Clerk.
Good evening, everyone. This is much better. Good idea, Councilor Farwell, to have a seat here instead of the rostrum. Hello to everybody. This is the first budget. I want to thank the CFO's office. I was here last year to present the budget, but I didn't prepare that budget, and I did work. The CFO's office was great to work with and gave me a great hand. In fact, I gave them a hand putting it together, actually. And then before we move on, I'm going to do one thing that I used to hate every year, every department head did when I was sitting on that side. But I have to thank the best staff in the city clerk's office. Staff I work with, 3 of whom just completed their first year in the last 3 weeks, is a phenomenal group of people. They make coming to work fun every day. I have countless letters and emails already from people who have taken the time to thank our office for the professional service that they've received. So I have to thank that staff. And again, when I used to sit on that side, I used to kind of roll my eyes and say, oh, every department head thinks that, but I am truly blessed with the staff that I have. Before I take any questions, I'll just let you know a couple of things that we talked about last year that I'm excited about. We made some internal changes that we're working on. The city clerk's office has taken in to date $586,000, more than $586,000 in licenses and fees. We've handled over 12,000 certified records, which is an astounding number. And all that work being done by just 6 people is, well, we also handle the city clerk side of things too, the city council side of things. So very excited about that. One of the things I did talk about, and again, some of these are kind of over the line, some of both budgets, but one of the things I wanted to do last year that I've just finally been able to start doing is community outreach. I recently spoke at the Montello Business Association. I know I've been to one Councilor Tavares' ward meeting. I'm available for any ward meetings. I have tentative plans to present to the Chamber of Commerce later this summer to let them know what the city clerk's office does, what we can do to help the businesses in the city with business registrations, motor vehicle repair licenses, that kind of thing. But also, and I have had a brief conversation with Mike Thomas about reaching out to the schools and try to give the young kids an idea of city government in general and what the city government does and what all of you do. So that's looking forward to that being the next step this year. And we've got some other things going on, but At this point, because you don't want to be here all night, and I've sat up there, you don't need to listen to me. I'll entertain any questions. The first budget we've got is the city clerk's, I believe.
Counselor D'Agostino.
Good evening, and
Good evening.
so first of all, that's a good thing that you and other department heads come up and applaud their staff. I would say they probably enjoy hearing it, and I think it's important for them to hear that. So I'm happy to hear you say that, and the folks in your office that I've met do a great job. They're very professional, and so that I'm
Thank you, I agree.
really happy with my interactions with them. They've done a great job. I do have two questions, basically. The assistant city clerk, which I know you had occupied that position at one point, and now obviously that's vacant. If I understand, I wasn't on the council at the time, so I may be misunderstanding this. I believe that was previous to you vacant for some time.
Sometime. I don't intend to leave it vacant very long. It's an important, first of all, the ordinance is that there shall be an assistant city clerk. So
Okay.
I don't intend to leave it empty very long. I haven't gone and started a search at all yet. It is a job that needs to be filled, partly because if anything were to happen to the clerk, somebody has to be able to sign certain paperwork, certain things.
Right.
So I will be, and again, that's something I'll be talking with all of you on, because it is an appointment, as I was, an appointment by the city clerk, but with the approval of the city council. So it's something we'll be working together on, but I will be starting that kind of search very soon, because it's a job that needs to be filled, very much so. And like I say, the ordinance states there shall be.
Right.
You know, so it needs to be filled, and that's something we'll be, I would say, collaborating on in the next few months.
Okay. And that was basically where I was going, like you read my mind for a minute there, was with that position and then the vacant administrative assistant. I don't know how long that's been vacant, but basically same thing. I mean, are you intending to fill that in short order as well?
Yeah, the administrative assistant, we need more help in the office, absolutely. And one of the things that I'm very proud of, in the office, we're able to, without reaching outside of the office, we can speak Cape Verdean, Spanish, Portuguese. The one thing we don't have right now is somebody that speaks Haitian Creole. So that would be, hopefully that next person we can come in. I'm not going to say that we won't hire somebody who doesn't speak that, but that would be, obviously, the major languages spoken in the city are those languages. And Haitian Creole, we're able to communicate well with everybody, but it's the only language we don't have somebody that actually speaks that as a language. So that would be my choice soon would be to get somebody in. We need more hands anyways. There's so much work going through the office that we need that job filled. But again, I would hope that we can find somebody that speaks Haitian Creole, because it is the only major language spoken in the city that we have to reach outside of the office if we have somebody with no English skills.
Right. Okay, I mean, and I'm not just picking on you. There are other departments with vacant positions, and I'm comfortable, I guess what I'm getting at is I'm comfortable funding a vacant position as long as it's going to be filled.
Absolutely.
It's something that has remained vacant year after year after year, and there are some, you know, in other, not in your department, but in other departments, although the assistant clerk, again, is an example of one previously that was vacant for many years. So, okay, so those are our two positions that
Absolutely, those are priorities,
the intention of
yes.
filling in
Yes.
short order.
But particularly the assistant, though, is a very important, really important job. We want to take some time and make sure we're not just filling it to fill it. We want to make sure that whoever we're getting is somebody that understands the job, can work with all the councilors, but can work with the city. It's a twofold job, again, just like mine is. It's working with the council, but also working with the public. So, but it's a top priority.
Okay, good enough. And when I say short order, I don't mean next month, obviously. I think you understand. I
But
mean just,
absolutely.
if it's vacant in the next budget next year, I'm going to have some questions.
Well, that would be a problem. To be honest with you, for managing the office, that would be a problem if it was vacant that long.
Okay.
You know, again, don't want to hire just to hire.
Right.
But
No,
we want to get the right
just a
person,
body.
but we will.
Right. Okay. No, I agree. We don't want just a body. We want the right person.
Correct.
But, you know, we want to make sure that that's being actively pursued. That's all. That's all I wanted to know. I thank you again for everything you and your staff does for the city and for the council. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Rodriguez.
Oh, it's me? Oh,
Yes, sir.
well. Mr. Clerk, how are you?
Good to see you.
Quick question. I had a question that was brought up by my colleague here from Ward 3, and you answered that. So my next one is, when you're on vacation and when you're out of town and something needs to be done in the clerk's office, who is the go-to person in that office?
Well, Donna Torino is the boss, the highest ranking in the office, but she does not have the ability to sign documents and all, so that's why it's an issue. Right now, you know, I am kind of tethered to that. There are very few documents that are an emergency to be signed, but if I'm out of the office, it's a problem, so that's why that job needs to be filled. The assistant city clerk has all the powers of the city clerk in the absence of the city clerk, but nobody else does, and it's not even like, it's not like the building department where if we don't have a building commissioner, the mayor actually has the power to sign things. He doesn't, nobody else has the power to sign things in the absence of the clerk. So that's why it's such a priority to get that filled.
And this is always the elephant in the room. When do you foresee, because I think we talked about this last year when you came in to present the budget, when do you foresee the city having the ability to receive funds beyond the cash that we normally, are you working
Probably within a month or so.
towards that process where
Yeah,
somebody can actually come in?
we'll be able to do credit cards fairly soon, right after this. We're kind of working on it with the treasurer's office right now. It will cost, the public will pay an extra $3 fee to access credit cards, but because the city can't eat the credit card fee. But probably within a month, we'll be able to.
So it's credit and debit, or those the 3%?
That's a good question. To be honest with you, I've got to talk with the credit card people, and I'm not sure about that. I'll let you know.
Usually it is.
Yeah, anything that has a, sorry.
Yeah, I believe it's both.
It is, anything that has a MasterCard, Visa logo, or whatever logo on there.
I
is
believe it's
treated like
both,
a
but I don't
credit
want to say
card.
that and be wrong about that, so, but I believe it is. Once you have the machines, you're able to.
And lastly, both on the two positions that, I mean, both the two departments that you're here to talk to us about, you've got the admin assistants, one vacant on both sides. This position is listed at $38,000.
We will probably be hiring at they probably won't be at admin one when we get to hire. I agree with you. It's tough to hire somebody at that and pay them that kind of money.
It's around minimum wage nowadays.
Absolutely.
So we're actually paying somebody to be an associate in the clerk's office or in city government to begin with, paying them
Correct.
minimum wage.
Correct. They'll probably be hired at a higher rate, and if I would have to, I'd come back to look for money. I think we have enough, by the time we'd hire, we'd have enough money in there anyways, because that's a 12-month pay, and if it's not hired for, I think we'd have enough, but if I had to, I'd come back, because admin one is the lowest admin entry fee for City Hall is not a living wage, in my opinion.
It's $38,300.
That's right.
Not at all, not with me,
Yeah,
It's $38,337.
right,
That we actually are asking somebody to come in and
correct.
and take care of the customers, the taxpayers of this community that come in here on a regular basis. How do we go about changing this citywide? Because I see that throughout the budget book, because every single one of these vacant positions that we have throughout the city lies around these admin one positions in the sense, and it's almost like.
I mean, I don't have an answer to that. I mean, those are union negotiations and all that I don't want to step in the middle of, but in my opinion, and I sat over there obviously all those years, and you and I agreed on this for years, those numbers are not a living wage, in my opinion.
But what I'm saying, you're saying it's a union negotiation type of thing, but there's basically very few people in those spots, so why are we still negotiating to keep those entry-level positions at, probably below minimum wage?
I'm not part of those negotiations, so those are union spots, but I would say you'd have to talk to, when you have the CFO, I would talk to him about it,
So what I'm saying is that.
In other words, I can't can't make a different pay scale for my office.
But when you, let's say you're looking to hire somebody to fill that position, you said you're going to come back and figure out a
Well,
way
if we
to
needed
kind of
to,
bring
I'd
them to the
probably
next-
hire at least at an admin 2.
So that, but admin 1 stays vacant though, right? Because it's a. it's a
Yeah, but the
union
spot
position.
would be filled.
But it wouldn't stay vacant in your book? Because it's admin 1 versus admin 2 that you just brought him in at?
What's that? It would be replaced with admin 2. So the spot would be filled, but it would, and that admin 1 would go away and make an admin 2.
Yeah, because this is, I mean, we run into this issue on a yearly basis, and I can't, and I think that's one of the reasons why you're not seeing people breaking down your door to come.
Well, exactly. I mean, in the old days, you know, when I was a young kid, if you could get a job with the city, you ran and you kicked your way in. Now, hiring for the city is not as easy as it used to be. So, I mean, that's a broader question than I can answer, but I agree with you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Tavares, followed by Counselor Farwell.
Thank you for having you. Actually, I don't have a question, but I just want to give you the compliment. Thank you so much for everything you've been done for us, and you've been very accessible. And then actually, I feel like a great team. I don't know, everybody I think feel the same. And then for your staffers as well, you know, I appreciate it a lot, and thank you again.
Thank you for the compliment, and thank you. I mean, I think, and we talked about this when I was looking for the job a year ago, being over there makes a big difference. I know what you need to sit on that side of the table, and I believe I try to make sure I'm here for you. I appreciate, though, you saying it. You know, when we get to the city clerk's budget, I mean, one of the things I'm very proud of is some of the things, well, we'll talk about that when I get there, but just the onboarding that was never done before. The onboarding of the new counselors was first time it's ever been done, and it's, in my knowledge, and it was I think it's a big help. I wish we'd been there when I was coming on, so. But thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Farwell.
It must be the night for accolades, because I was going to tell you, Mr. Clerk, every once in a while, someone comes along and they're just perfectly suited for a job. And I don't know what it is about you. And I said this to your wife, this just seems to fit you, because you have, as she said, my colleague, you've been responsive, you're always available. I do want to pick up on something that Councilor Rodriguez said, and you know this well. It is shocking, the difference between pay scales on the school side and the city side. And I understand we've lost someone out of the elections office, I believe, who's going to go to the schools. We've lost someone out of, I think it was the auditor's office, and.
I don't allow my staff to look at the pay scales over there.
No, you know, it really is a problem, and I don't have an easy solution to it. It would take quite a bit of money to begin to address it, but if it continues, you're going to have the proverbial brain drain. You're going to have people leave here and go to the school side, which is still part of the city, and we're going to lose talent. Because if you
I
can
agree
make-
completely.
You make $15,000, $20,000, $25,000 more over there, you know, you'd be a fool not to do that. So I guess I'm saying to all of us here on the council and to those department heads, you know, we probably ought to wrestle with some discussion about this after the budget is settled and during the upcoming fiscal year, because I really am getting concerned that it's hard enough to fill the positions, and we're losing them because we can't compete with the very department within our own city. And I don't begrudge the
And on the
people-
city side, they have to live in Brockton, which, not having a discussion about that, but they have to live in Brockton. Other places, they don't need to, and yeah, I think it's a major problem that the city's facing.
It is, and I don't begrudge the school department.
Absolutely.
I fully support them, but fair is fair. If you're doing basically the same work on the school side and the city side, then I think, notwithstanding collective bargaining, the salary level should be pretty comparable.
Right.
So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Counselor. I think that's a sentiment that I think the whole council agrees with, that we're getting to the point where we're not competitive. Counselor Nicastro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Mr. Cruz.
Good
Thanks
evening.
for being here. Thanks for all your help with my various and assorted Ward 4 challenges.
Well, that's what I really think. I try to be there for the council.
I have questions on the expense summary, which is on page 171. Under personal services, non-overtime, your holiday number went down by 59%. Can you just give me an idea of why?
I can, thanks to the CFO's office. I had to go ask them today. Of course, when you look at percentages as opposed to dollars, it's sometimes even a little scarier, but the vacation pay in that case only affects the ordinance positions, which is myself and Attorney Resnick now, who wouldn't have been a year ago. And it also is only for the days that are not in the regular holiday schedule. In other words, if they happen to fall on a Saturday, because if they do, then City Hall is, well, you get an extra day's pay for it. Last year, there were 3 holidays on those days. This year, there's just 1. So there's 2 people 1 day, whereas last year was 2 people 3 days. And it's a small amount of money, but percentage-wise, you're right. And when you mentioned that in a note to me, I was a little surprised, but I got a nice explanation today on that, and I hope I answered it correctly. I did. So.
That's good. Thank you. Down below, under goods and supplies, your registrations, memberships, and subscriptions are going up 700% from $500 to $4,000.
And that actually, there are several organizations that we haven't been a member of out of the office in the past, or if we have, we haven't extended it to the whole staff. And a lot of that is trainings that are available through the organizations, the City Clerks Association, a few others, some of that even the MMA, but trainings that the office and myself, will take advantage of that we never did in the past. And it'll be great, particularly with the staff that is fairly new, or a lot of them. And even the ones that aren't fairly new have moved up. There was a lot of turnover in the staff over the last 1.5 years, 2 years. So a lot of that is really training it through organizations that we have not been, either we've been a member but not active, and have not taken advantage of all the opportunities for some training and memberships that are there. So that's really what that'll turn out to be.
I think it's terrific. You will better everyone.
Yes, absolutely.
And a few lines below that, under department equipment, the number is going up from $500 to $20,000. Are you buying a printer?
That's exactly what we need to do. As I said, we've done about 12,000 or more certified copies this year. The printer in the office, the BizHub type printer, is at least more than 10 years old. They can't even get parts. It's broken down twice. We spent about $1,500 this past year fixing it. So it may turn out to be a lease. We're not sure. I'm looking at that right now, but we need that. We can't do anything when it's down, and and in my office, we don't have any printer that prints color either, which will update that. In fact, you've probably noticed when I do citations and all for you to bring to your constituents, everything we have is in black and white. I'd like to doll that up a little bit and make those little so, but that is exactly what that will be.
Well, thank you. It sounds like it will be funds well spent.
I believe so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Counselor. Nothing else from the counselors? Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
Next department is City Council.
Good evening, Mr.
City
Clerk.
Clerk Timothy Cruz.
Good evening. I'd like to take the time to thank my staff.
Okay, the second time might be a bit much.
Again, as I mentioned a little bit, some of the objectives that I did put out to you last year, increasing the diversity of the office, and that's an ongoing thing. Performing outreach to the community, and that again is something I want to work with all of you on. If there's some place that's a good place to get out and spread the word a little bit, call me. I'm available. I'm available most of the time. Number 3, develop an onboarding process was. I really am very proud of that. I think it was a very important thing we did. The new councilors all had a budget book before. First time I saw a budget book was when my first year was about 3 days before the budget needed to be passed, and it was difficult. But to have one ahead of time, and it's a tool. It's a great tool to have when somebody talks to you, a constituent talks to you. It's got all the whole city budget is in there. So, and then also moving Attorney Resnick as the ordinance says for our legislative council, they shall be a city employee, and we have done that. And Attorney Resnick couldn't be here tonight, but she'll be here the rest of the week too. I mean, and I know she's a great tool for all of you, and we work very well together. So, if you have any questions on that, I will say you should see one line item that I haven't even discussed with all of you yet, but in the city council budget, there is $10,000 for consultants. That's something that's never been in the city council budget before. It doesn't mean that we can just call anytime, but I did think it was important to be able to put some money in, just like the legislative council years ago. There are times when the council needs to turn to its own expert and get an opinion on different issues. Still has to go, it would take a vote of the council, it would take, it still has to go through procurement, but if there becomes a major issue, you will have the availability to not have to go ask the mayor for money, as long as it stays within all the bounds of what's there. But you now have a line item for consultants that, as a council, if you feel the need to find that expertise on an issue, I do think a big part of it will be, we really will be working this year on cleaning up the ordinance book, and we'll probably need to bring somebody in, a consultant in on that. The ordinance book, particularly the zoning ordinances, are so redundant and so out of line. They need a lot of work to clean up. But you do now at least have the ability as a council, if you need to bring in a consultant. And again, there's $10,000 isn't enough to hire. You know, it's not a huge amount, but it's an amount to give you a tool as councilors to find answers when you need them. So I was proud to put that in, and again, that goes, I think, to the fact that I've sat on that side of the table and know that there are times you need to be able to find somebody that isn't, and it's not trusting the proposal coming out of the mayor's office or whatever, but it gives you a tool now to find your own answers. So, and any other questions, I'll be happy to take.
Councilor D'Agostino, followed by Councilor Farwell.
Well, hello again.
Hello.
All right. Most of this, I'm pretty sure I know the answers to, but I really just want to verify that my assumptions are correct. So I noticed legal dropped from FY 2022, 126,000 to 55,000. I assume that is where we saw the Shannon Resnick Legislative
Correct.
Council coming in as a
Correct.
79
and
on the other side.
We did leave, after discussion with the mayor and Mr. Clarkson, we did still leave some money in legal in cases the need for outside counsel, or if we needed to move any money into the consultancy. But that is where that money was. So now she's an employee, and she was being
That's
paid
what I figured.
as an of counsel until then.
Right. All right. That's what I figured. I just wanted to confirm. I mean, the math kind of made
Right.
that correlate, but I just wanted to confirm it. And similar to the previous item, you know, there's 3 vacant positions, and I just want to confirm that, you know, you have the intention of, if all goes your way, those won't be vacant a year from now when we're looking again. And I think, just make sure. The tuition and trading item in here, $10,000. Now that's new. There was nothing there in the past.
That actually goes, again, towards training, and the onboarding process, for instance, was really just kind of patched together. But we've talked for quite a few years about the idea of you as a council being able to have a retreat, you know, being trained by professionals. And that money now is in there, and I'll be putting together something, you know, with you as a council, you know, probably through the MMA, I'm not sure about that, but so now we'll be able to, we never had the ability or the place to do that. We never had a line item for that. Working with the CFO and the mayor, they understand the importance of that. And again, so that training is really for you.
Okay. And I guess that's what I was wondering, is that referencing the council training, which I'll get to in a minute, or training, and I'm fine with it either way, I just want to know, training for staff as well, because obviously
it
they
may
need
be
training.
some of that, because the staff some of this particular, some of the new hires you were just talking about, we still need more people who are, my office is all cross-trained. But right now, Diane handles almost all of the council items with some backup. We need more crossover on that so that there's, if she's got vacation, she's got time, it's a scramble to fill that in right now. And so we need more help. I'll probably train somebody that's already been there to do more of the city council work with Diane, but we need some training on that side too. But most of that is really about training and for you as a council.
Right, okay, I was just wondering, because, and I asked because I was curious whether it was training for the council, but also, ongoing professional development for your staff is vitally important in my own business. It's required by the state in my own industry, but very important and beneficial. So I obviously am somebody who supports that kind of investment. Finally, I just want to thank you for the training that you did put together as a new counselor. It was very helpful, and to have a little bit of base knowledge or background coming into it with, and I agree, we need to do more of that as a council. On the school side, they have the MASC that does training for incoming people, and and that was certainly valuable and helpful going into that side. But again, thank you for the training that was done in January. I certainly appreciated it.
Thank you, and it was, and to be honest, I know Councilor Rodriguez has gotten much more active lately with the MMA. It's one thing I regret that I didn't, in my 15 years, did very little with the MMA. I wish I had. There's tools there to make us a better city and to make us better councilors, and I should have taken more advantage of it myself through those years. It's there.
Right.
You don't have to reinvent the wheel.
Right, of course. All right, well, and again, thank you to you and your staff for all the support you provide us as
You're welcome,
counselors.
thank you.
Much appreciated. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Farwell, followed by Counselor Azak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Clerk, you and I had a recent conversation, and I want to use this evening as a way of kind of floating some of that for my colleagues. The main work of the City Council, actually, all of the work for the City Council comes through the clerk's office.
Correct.
Every ordinance we file, every resolve, every order, every financial transfer, appropriation, all goes through the City Council. And then you put together the agenda, and you post the meeting, and you distribute the materials.
Correct.
Conversely, the next step is to have all of those resolves, orders, transfers, appropriations discussed, and that's done in finance.
Correct.
And for some reason years ago, councilors, I don't quite understand why we have the clerk as the repository of all of the information, but then we shift all of the finance committee work to the auditor. It would seem to me we ought to consolidate everything in the clerk's office for posting of meetings, distributing materials, all of the work that we do, whether in council or finance, should go through the city clerk's office. Now, it may be, as the clerk and I discussed years ago, they felt that, well, because it's a finance committee meeting and because the auditor focuses on financial issues and auditing in the city, that's why that was done. But I think after this budget is completed, we ought to think about whether we want to go forward and improve the process. There are 3 vacant positions and 1 proposed position in the auditor's office. We've all heard how understaffed they are. I would want the auditor in this city to focus on auditing the money that's being expended, how it's being expended, and the required records are there to back it up. So in a long-winded way, Mr. Clerk, if you were to fill the vacant positions under the city council here, the admin 2, admin 1, admin 1, would you have sufficient personnel to be able to, if it's the will of the council, consolidate finance committee meetings and work and documents in the clerk's office? Or do you think you might need 1 more person, or what would be your thinking?
I think I would probably have enough, but it may be, it's more work. Some of it's redundant work, so it's not as big a problem. And I will say that for years, we help the auditor's office anyways on that, and I have to say that I personally am disappointed in my own job on the fact that we had to postpone last night. It was because of last night's meeting being posted incorrectly. Technically, that's the auditor's office, and we're in transition, but as you all know, I look at, my job is to serve you as a council, and I should have caught that last week. I didn't. And that's, even though technically it's not my failure, it is my failure in my opinion. So, but it's because there's a little gray area in there, and we, like I say, we help anyways, the auditor's office, because they're not set up for that. So it may be something that we need to look at, and again, we need to look at some of it might be governed by state law. I haven't looked into it at all since we had the conversation, but we've had that conversation, you and I, before, that maybe it needs to be changed anyways. So I think I would probably have enough if I filled all those spots, although filling all those spots, part of the problem, and I think you'll find the mayor's pulling what hair he has left, pulling it out, trying to do this. Space for the people is a bigger problem in this building. You know, I'm not sitting in that corner office, but I think we should be looking personally at finding an outside building for certain departments that don't need to be here in City Hall. That's just a personal opinion. But right now, to fill all of those spots, I'm not sure where I would put them in my office physically. You know, those are the nuts and bolts problems that we'd have to try and figure out. But I do think it's something we should look at, because we're asking the auditor's office to do something they're not really trained to do. Finance has become through the years a catch-all. In fact, when Councilor Harrington was first president back in the early 90s, he actually changed the name of it to the Committee of the Whole. It was not the Finance Committee, and he got rid of all the other subcommittees, which turned out you couldn't really do because some are set by ordinance. But it became the Committee of the Whole because lots of what gets sent to finance, it's not a financial matter. So why is the auditor being tied up and the auditor's office being tied up for a non-financial? In fact, I would bet that half the things that go to finance are, again, are not financial matters. They're matters that are sent there because it's the best place to discuss. So to get back to your question, would I have enough just filling those spots? Probably or possibly. It would be, you know, it's a lot more paperwork, but it's redundant paperwork. So, you know, as long as we could get it done, and, you know, and it adds a good chunk of overtime. You're at, my staff would now have to be here every week instead of every other week at night, and, you know. So there is some nuts and bolts to it, but I would think we'd be close to be able to do it that way, or maybe we'd have to talk about, you know, talk with the auditor and see, you know, what her staff is doing. I mean, because now you're taking away, you have somebody that wouldn't have to do all that work, and it takes them long to do it naturally because they don't do it as often, and they don't, as it was, Anne Marie had to advertise something a couple weeks ago, and she doesn't have that much money left in her advertising budget. So, you know, we didn't end up doing it. She advertised it out of her budget, but she just had enough to do it. You know, those kind of things. And in fact, I don't know if you even noticed, but that budget has gone up exponentially. Advertising in the enterprise is tremendously expensive now, but it's set by law. We have to do it, and which has become ridiculous because even the professional people, attorneys that have to read legal notices, don't read them there. They read them online. So, I mean, that's an issue. Although if you get rid of the legal notice ads, state law, I would bet half a dozen papers would go out of business. And smaller papers in this state would go out of business because that's what keeps them alive. But there are notices that we have to put in that can be, you know, $1,500 for an advertisement that I know nobody reads. Well, I know two people who read them, but I'll leave it at that.
I'll just conclude by saying I just want to alleviate any fears. We're not looking to add $300,000 to the city council budget. We're trying to streamline the process, consolidate where we can, and have you, if the council.
If it's the best way to do it, it's the best way to do it. That's what we need to look at.
Exactly, yeah, adopt the best practices.
Exactly.
So, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Counselor. We now go to Counselor Azak, followed by Counselor Nicastro.
Good evening, Mr. Clerk.
Good evening.
Congratulations on a year anniversary, because I think you had just come in, right?
I came in about 2 weeks before the budget, and Clerk Zioli said, oh, why don't you just go present the budget? I said, oh, thank you.
Well, very good. Congratulations for making it a full year.
Thank you.
And I know I truly appreciate you in the office because a lot of people don't realize the difference, you know, the job between the clerk's office and the clerk to the city council. So first of all, it's nice to finally see Attorney Resnick in City Hall.
As an
which,
employee.
yes, we had spoken about that for many years, but it finally happened. So
Yeah.
thank you for all your efforts on that. And you know, Councilor Farwell's idea about, you know, or your discussion about combining, I'm not against that. I think it would actually help because it's easier when one office follows from A to
Absolutely.
to Z,
I mean, even
so
just,
nothing falls through.
you've been council president, just making the agenda when you're trying to get the invitations out for the, you know, it's a burden on the auditor's office that they're not necessarily trained for.
And that's right, and things sometimes fall through the cracks because from
Correct.
one office to the next, so it may be the best to look at having one office take care of
And it might not
everything.
be. As we get into it, we may look and say, it doesn't make sense to do this. But we can look at it.
It's an idea, so we're all for good ideas. Now, one question, and I know that I've always questioned the size of the city council budget compared to actually what we actually have, but are we going to see this year possibly a dedicated person to the city council? Because we've talked about that for many years, and possibly getting a clerk that's just dedicated to city council.
You'll see personnel in that spot, those spots, but everything in the office, it's not big enough to have dedicated. I mean, Diane basically is dedicated to the city council. But she does wait on, you know, she's waiting on customers. She's doing plenty there too. Because I mean, even with 7 or 8 people instead of 6, it's difficult to say it'll be dedicated. But what I'd like to see is when we bring in an assistant city clerk, that the assistant city clerk can kind of, and depending on which side, can kind of do the day-to-day of one or the other. That's kind of how I envision it. And, you know, help me oversee the office, but one of us can really work with the council and one kind of manage the day-to-day in the office. So I don't want to say to you, yeah, absolutely, you can have somebody dedicated to just the council. You know, for years, you and I think, both had the idea that we'd find somebody that you could lean on as counselors and pick up the phone and say, can you find this for me? Can you find that for me? I see now that's going to be more difficult than I always thought, because it would be difficult to put somebody in the office and say, that's all you do is answer to these 11 counselors. For a couple of reasons. One is management. It'd be difficult to manage because it's 11 different people who you can't have that person answering directly to the counselors because they'll never be able to do their work. But you do want, you know, I try to do it myself right now, be available for all of you anytime you have a question. And for the most part, we're able to do that at this point, but there's not enough, you need more help to do that. I do hope to have that. But I'd be lying if I said we'll absolutely have somebody who's nothing but a city council aide, because I don't see that we're going to be able to do that.
Okay, I just figured because, you know, we were.
Yeah, no, I think, can we do more help? Absolutely. But
thank you, and thank you to Diane. She is absolutely amazing, and she's really done a great job since she's been on, and she's always very helpful. So a great, you know, shout out to her. She's done an amazing job.
thank you. I'm sure she's watching.
As well as everybody in your office, but Diane
they're a
is
great
special to
staff.
us because she, you know, she's the first person I asked for, so,
Yeah.
which is really great. Department equipment, $8,500. What are we buying? A new copy or two?
Will be some printers. All printers in general come out of the IT budget, but there are some things. The credit card machine, if we do that, there are a few machines we had to recently get the seal machine fixed. We had to send it out that does the city seal. We're probably gonna have to buy a new one, and that's $1,900. Timestamp machine. Quite a bit of the machinery in the office hasn't been replaced for a long, long time. And some of it is specialty equipment that you don't just go into Staples or WB Mason and order. They have to be, there's certain, like I say, the sealing machine that does the city seal is, we just spent, we had to send it out to, there's only one company that made it. It's a specialty piece of equipment, and there's a couple more like that that we need to replace. They haven't been replaced for quite a few years.
And I have no problem with that. I think that's good
Yeah.
to keep,
There's just
you know,
quite a bit that
things
needs to be updated, yes.
But, so, two things. First of all, I was going to ask you about the city seal, because people tend to use it all over, you know, without asking, without permission, which is,
Which is a $300 a day fine.
okay. I
And
didn't know it was
I have a couple of department heads or a couple of people in City Hall that are angry at me because I've refused them permission. The city seal is what makes a document official. And the city clerk is the keeper of the city seal, and, which almost sounds like a joke, but it's the keeper of the city seal, not the mayor. The mayor has to ask permission to use it. Mr. Clarkson has asked for my permission to use it, and there are certain things that you use it for, but it's not an advertising logo. It's a legal item. So just so you know that when people do use it, I try to tell them you can't, in a nice way. I mean, we try to work together with everybody, but the city seal is not an advertising logo. It's what makes a document official in the eyes of the state and the eyes of the court.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So lastly, there's one thing, and I brought this up last year, because we always look at the city council budget, and, you know, you look at a budget last year, for example, it was like 800,000, whatever, and actually the city council salaries and, or, you know, the actual staff, and it's sometimes not as, that's nowhere near that amount, but I would like to see in the future, and for example, you just mentioned like machinery. I would like to differentiate for what's exactly being used for city council from the clerk's office. I would have no problem with you telling me you need all that equipment for the clerk's office. I just think sometimes when we have it in the city council budget, it looks like, you know, it's all this for us.
And I came very close this year to doing one budget. But it was my first. I said, by next year, I think we will probably make this one budget. I'm not sure there's a real need to keep two separate budgets.
No, not if we're sharing,
Yeah.
right?
And again, there is the twofold job of the office, but I think having two budgets, I didn't want to reinvent the wheel this year in my first year, but I had certainly had this conversation with Tiffany and with the CFO about next year. Probably we'll make it one budget next year, just so I can get out of here faster.
Well, thank you. Thank you. I'm all set. Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Nicastro.
Thank you. Good evening again, Mr. Cruz.
Good evening.
Well, I like the idea that there's two budgets. Not that I want to make more work for you or make it confusing in your office, but and you and I talk about this occasionally, the city council is really important, and I feel like we kind of don't get treated, other than the week of budget hearings, of course, we don't get treated or we don't get viewed as with the respect and with the importance that we really are due. And I think keeping the two budgets and keeping some things separately is an incident of that. And so I think it would be important. And while we're all giving you our wish lists, I would love to see us get a copier and a printer in this committee room.
Actually, you had mentioned that to me, and you can talk to, when the IT department's up here, and you can talk to them. The wireless printer is not, they don't allow it in the system because of the opportunity for outside crashing. So we do have the printer in there. All of you can get into that printer and computer in there. You'll need to be set up, but all of you can, there is a printer and a computer in the council room.
Okay.
But I did talk to them about a wireless printer, so you could just come in and again, I don't want to steal it, but you can save that question for the IT department, but when I brought it up, I was told they do not allow wireless printers in the system.
Okay.
Okay?
And the other thing is, at least in the future, when I do neighborhood meetings, depending on the topic, I do a mailing, and the mailing that I did in March for a proposed development on Copeland Street, I put my husband to work stuffing those envelopes, and he just kept going, well, I'm incredulous about this. He hasn't stuffed an envelope in a long time other than paying a bill. And so I would love for there to be someone that I can look to do this mailing. I mean, I'm not above doing a mailing, but, you know, to do it with me as opposed to having me do it by myself.
And the only problem with that is we'd have to be very careful, very, very careful about what's political and what's
Oh, no,
not.
it wasn't political.
No,
it
I know,
was
but
neighborhood meeting.
I understand, but that's partly where we'd have to make sure that if we had somebody that they are managed by the office and not by the counselors, and don't take that the wrong way, but I've been over there and I know just by nature, there'll be 2 or 3 people who'd have them doing all kinds of that, and again, just very borderline whether we can do that or not. And in fact, one thing you don't get as counselors is a franking privilege, but I mean, that's the, you know, congressional. But if you mail, you have to mail it yourself, and that can be expensive.
Oh, I'm not looking for.
No, I know,
for
but I mean,
postage.
I think it's something that can get very expensive for a counselor, you know, and that goes to, you know, I think we should be talking on, I don't want to open a can of worms today, but we should be looking at the council play. I know what you spend out of your own pocket for everything, and the public doesn't. And it's the next conversation we need to have too.
Sure,
So not tonight, but
not tonight.
but it is a conversation because of that, just because of that alone. Now, what I hopefully would like to do is, we working with Councilor Lally last year, we tried to get a couple of legal interns in from Suffolk Law School, and we didn't have any takers. We're going to reach out soon to the UMass School of Law down in Dartmouth and see if we can get, but I'd like to have some either part-time or interns. Again, physically where I'm going to put them, I don't know. But that's the kind of work that all of you, you know, that we would be able to say, help the council with that. They've got a ward meeting, they've got this, they got that. You know, it's just, the only thing I would just warn is that we have to be very careful about that. And, you know, because there is a gray line there.
Okay, and one other thing, on page 176, the expense summary, I noticed that under personal services, non-overtime, under elected/appointed, the number decreased by about $2,700.
I'm sorry, what are you on?
I'm on page 176, personal services, non-overtime, couple of lines down, elected/appointed. And the number decreased between last year and this year by about $2,700.
I think it's just figuring how the year falls, correct, Stephanie? I think there's one less pay period in this year than there is in last year, I believe.
Bummer.
Or it's because of the CPI? No.
Going down to 10 counselors.
We can't win.
I think it's because of the CPI.
I can comment on that. My W-2
Counselor
was less for 2021 than it was for 2020 by a few $100s, and I questioned it, and it was because of
How the
way
pay periods fall.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselors, anyone else, or are we good with the clerk? Counselor D'Agostino.
Along the same lines as Councilor Nicastro's question, and I apologize if I missed it when I stepped out of the room. I understand that the wireless access is an issue, but even just if it was the printer that was in there or a multi-function so we could make copies as needed that are not obviously for political purposes, but are for doing our job would be
I
helpful.
think we can get that.
All right.
Make that multifunction.
That would be wonderful. That's all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Counselor.
That's it?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next department is the Traffic Commission, Captain Mark Caro.
Captain Picaro, in this setting, Mr. Commissioner.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman,
Good evening.
councilors. Thank you for having me tonight. Captain Mark Vaccaro, the Brockton Police Department. City's Traffic Commissioner. I want to take a minute or two to warm up and read something that's in your binders, but for the benefit of the people watching this on TV who may not have this, just want to kind of review what the Traffic Commission does. Our mission statement: the Brockton Traffic Commission is the body that is responsible for most of the traffic control measures in our city. Traffic control measures are items such as traffic lights and signals, signs, pavement markings, as well as other related regulations. Through the implementation, use, and enforcement of such traffic control measures, the Brockton Traffic Commission seeks to promote safer roadways. Some of the services that we provide: we hold monthly Traffic Commission meetings and encourage public participation. We hold special meetings to address involved or complex topics. We hold monthly Traffic Commission subcommittee reviews in order to investigate and follow up the items and issues raised during our monthly meetings. We implement new traffic control measures, such as approving a new street sign or pavement markings. We partner with our local, state, and private agencies in order to address traffic concerns, such as Old Colony Planning Council, Mass DOT, and CDM Smith Engineering, which is a private engineering firm. We restrict parking on certain streets within the city when public safety and convenience is concerned. We issue resident parking permits for restricted parking. We administer, process, and determine parking ticket payments and appeals. Some of our fiscal year 22 accomplishments, I've listed 5 of them. We've continued repairing and replacing signs throughout the city through the efforts of the DPW traffic maintenance person. We've increased enforcement in problem areas. We've continued to improve traffic control devices, such as maintaining and replacing traffic signals and pavement line painting. We've purchased 4 new digital speed signs and mounted them in problem locations. We've also assisted with road closures and traffic plans for such things as movie filming and other major events. The Traffic Commission, it's made up of 8 people pulled from different city departments. And as I run down the list of people who sit on the Traffic Commission, just think to yourself the knowledge and experience each one of the 8 people brings to the Traffic Commission table. We have DPW Commissioner Patrick Hill. We have Ward 7 Councilor Shirley Azak. We have Councilor at Large Rita Mendez. We have Mr. James Sweeney from the Brockton Planning Board. We have BEMA Director Stephen Hook Jr. We have retired Fire Chief Ken Galligan. We have current Fire Deputy Chief Joseph DePasquale. We have myself, Captain Mark Vaccaro, the Police Department. Working behind the scenes very diligently, we have 2 employees over at the Law Department and 1 at the DPW. We have Michelle Yaffe, who's a full-time paralegal for the Law Department. She also serves as the Traffic Commission Secretary and Clerk. She is also the city's parking clerk. We also have Cynthia Olivier, who is a full-time administrative assistant for the Law Department, but she also handles the Traffic Commission purchase orders and contracts. And over at DPW, the Highway Division, we have Mr. Eddie Sylvester. He's full-time at DPW, but he's the traffic maintenance worker, who you've probably seen him out there in his yellow truck replacing signs every day. That's who we are, what we do. How we do it in a nutshell is people will reach out to the Law Department, the clerk, with a request, something like a sign or a crosswalk request. We started doing this online last year, but people can call or walk into the Law Department, fill out a form. The clerk will put it on the monthly Traffic Commission agenda. We'll take a look at it. These are public hearings. The person requesting this has an opportunity to come before us. Their counselor is sometimes with them, and they explain to us why they want what they want. We'll usually vote it over to the subcommittee review, which is a smaller 3 or 4 members of the Traffic Commission that also meets monthly, and will go to the location of the request and check it out. We'll take notes. Usually I'll take notes, and we'll report this back to the Traffic Commission at the following monthly meeting with our recommendations. Again, public hearing. Anyone can talk and say what they'd like to us. And based on that second Traffic Commission hearing, we'll take a vote on whether to approve or not approve the request. That's how we operate in a nutshell. That's pretty much all I wanted to say on the Traffic Commission. I'd be more than happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner. We've got Counselor Azak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Captain.
Good evening,
Carver.
Counselor.
And thank you for all you do for the Traffic Commission. So
Welcome.
9 years ago, I was a new counselor, and I was given the subcommittee to be on the Traffic Commission, and I never realized how interesting and how much goes into the Traffic Commission, and now, 9 years later, as a city councilor, the most complaints I get are traffic-related. So that's the majority of the calls we get, whether it's speeding, whether it's signage, whether it's, somebody driving into somebody's home, or, tragedy. So the Traffic Commission deals with a lot. So it's good to see that the budget throughout the years has, you've gotten a lot more in-depth with a lot of these, with a lot of things that are happening on the Traffic Commission. So I served for many years, and then I took a few years off, and now I'm back on, and I see that, you've gotten a lot, you've referred a lot to engineering studies, which is we didn't used to do that in the past. So I think that's very important. So I just want to say how much I appreciate what the Traffic Commission does, and retired Chief Galligan, who's been on there way before, I don't know how long he's been on there, but he is a wealth of knowledge, and he has, throughout the years, knows, I would say, he knows every nook and cranny on every street in the city of Brockton. So he's a wealth of knowledge, and he's, supports a lot of the things that we've gotten throughout the years. But my question to you, and this is just to clarify a little bit. So total overtime, it went from like 6,000 in 2021 to this year to fiscal year to 50,000.
Right.
Who's that for?
Well, when I inherited the budget last year, we were at, it was capped at $30,000,
Yes.
and I'm requesting a $20,000 increase to $50,000. I never realized how much got drawn from that overtime budget. Right now, as of last week, we are probably at $28,000 or $29,000 used out of that $30,000. I actually had to tell people no on some requests, but from that number, like I was explaining earlier, Traffic Commission we pull from different city departments. So when we approve something like a new sign, Mr. Eddie Sylvester, who works full-time for the DPW, if he can do it during his regular workday for Commissioner Hill, he'll try and do Traffic Commission work as well. There are times he just can't get to it because he's busy with regular DPW stuff. So Mr. Sylvester will come in, he'll stay late some nights or come in on the weekends to put up the new signs that we've authorized, like a new stop sign or a new speed limit sign, things of that nature. He was also very instrumental and got a lot of compliments from the movies. The movies would come before the Traffic Commission asking for road closures and detours and things of that such. So we would review these plans and we would approve them. And when the movie would come to certain streets, they would ask us to have no parking regulations on these streets. Mr. Sylvester would come in, make these signs, because we have our own sign-making machine, and I'll get to that in a minute, but he would come in, make these signs, and on overtime, because the movies would film at night, go out and connect with the person in charge of the movie at that scene and post the signs in accordance with our approval, and just be there to assist and accommodate the movie any way he could. And he got a lot of praise from these movies. In addition to Mr. Sylvester drawing from this, like I said, Ms. Yaffe, Ms. Olivier, they are full-time in the law department, but a lot of times they can't get to the Traffic Commission work during their regular workday for the law department, so they will do it after hours or on the weekends too. That's how we get our work done sometimes, so we'll have to pay them overtime as well. And then the other entity that draws from this are the city electricians. When we've had a rash of cars crashing into the flashing 20-mile-an-hour school zone signs. When a vehicle crashes into that, the city electricians are responsible for ordering the new parts, repairing and replacing that. that draws from the Traffic Commission overtime budget as well.
Perfect. And so then who's the part-time salary,
Yeah, that caught my eye. I guess last year, the council passed an ordinance that will allow for commission members to receive a $200 stipend or flat fee when they appear at meetings. So I guess the calculation, there's 8 members on the commission. Myself and the fire representative won't draw from this, but the other 6 will. We have 12 posted regular monthly meetings, you know, throughout the year. At the rate we've been going between movies and other things, we've been having about a special meeting every month too. So I think that's just how the math worked out to almost $29,000.
Sure, and that's what we thought, but and I don't mean to fumble, I'm trying to figure this out. So the Traffic Commission, there's really only 1 or 2 civilians on there that are non-elected officials. I don't think we would be able to get paid from this. I think
Probably not, and that's something maybe I'll ask the law department
and I
for
know,
a
like,
ruling on that, like who can draw
DPW,
from that. I
correct.
don't anticipate we're gonna go through $30,000.
So that's what that is. So I just wanted to make sure because that hadn't gone into effect beforehand. And lastly, the Traffic Commission's in charge of the line painting.
Right.
And where are we with the line painting?
We're in good shape on that. I was told the mayor signed off on it today. I signed it last week, so everybody involved has signed it. And I have to be in court in Boston tomorrow, so I won't have a chance to reach out to the company. But Thursday, I'm gonna reach out to the line painting company and get a schedule up and running. I hope to start it next week.
Great, that's good news. And I've expressed this to you directly, and I'll say it publicly. This is one of the most important boards in the city because, like I said, as a city councilor, this is the majority of what we deal with is traffic issues. And when we can resolve a traffic issue for residents, it really is rewarding because we can actually, it's very hard to tell them, you know, we can't do a lot of things. So I appreciate all you do. And I've always said, you know, if we need to spend whatever we need to spend to make sure that our signage, our streets, you know, and the lines, that we're following all the traffic rules. That way it's for public safety as well. So thank you for all you do.
Thank you, Councilor.
Chairman.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Mendez.
Yes, hello.
Good evening, Councilor.
Hi. So I know we talked about this, but have you had an opportunity to look into regarding the reimbursement from the movie companies for the road closures and the different types of projects that they ask from the city?
Yeah, when I realized just how much overtime the movies were costing us, I guess I had reached out. I guess the movies have already come and gone, but next year, there's a TV series. It should be back next year for their season 3. I want to, we're going to make sure that there's something incorporated into that contract where the city gets reimbursed for the overtime expenses associated with that.
Oh, absolutely. And I know we touched on it for a little bit regarding the engineering. Just for the public, if you could just elaborate a little bit further, because it's a 400% increase from the previous. So at least,
Sure. Engineering, that line item, the Traffic Commission, when an issue comes before us, if it's a simple issue like somebody needs a stop sign or a speed limit sign, usually the minor sign requests we can handle ourselves. We'll go out there, the subcommittee will check it out, and we vote to either approve it or not. But when it becomes something more tricky, like a 4-way stop, or like we're about to send Belmont Street at Belmont Avenue out for an engineering study, the really detailed, complex issues are things that we want to send out to a professional transportation or traffic engineering company. And what they do is they will send an engineer out to the site and review our request, and they'll crunch the data. They'll get the crash history from the Brockton Police Department. They'll apply the manual on uniform traffic control device rules from the federal and Mass DOT, and they'll tell us whether or not we can do what we're looking to do. These engineering studies, they cost money. They can be $1,000 or $2,000. So as you can see, if you know, a few studies can go through $10,000 rather quickly. And I have several studies kind of off to the side hoping that we can get this approved, and then I'm gonna push a lot of studies right onto CDM Smith Engineering and get the ball rolling on that. But usually what they'll do, like I said, they'll go to the location, they'll do their investigation or their review, they'll report back to us with what they call a technical letter, that's their study, and we'll bring that back before the Traffic Commission. I usually read the conclusion from the engineer recommending or not recommending the issue. So, yeah, engineering, I have a preference to send a lot more out to engineering because they're the experts. They're the engineers who specialized in college on transportation and traffic issues. I want them to go out there and take a look at this and apply the federal and state rules. There's a federal manual that's about this thick. I was gonna bring it tonight, but it's just too big. It's the Federal Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices. And it tells you why the stop sign in Massachusetts is gonna be the same stop sign in Alaska. It's the federal rule, it's the federal law. So these engineers apply all these rules and laws in their report back to us. So usually, you know, we're on firm ground when we have an engineering report that says either we can or cannot do something.
Yes. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, Counselor.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Farwell, followed by Counselor Nicastro.
Mr. Chairman, just through you to Counselor Azak, the ordinance that we passed, the $200 stipend for the Traffic Commission only applies to the 2 people appointed by the mayor. That's it. So if there is any excess funds, I hope you're able to transfer it to enforcement or something like that. But Captain, it will only cover those 2, not the elected officials or the fire department or like
Right.
that.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Nicastro.
Thank you. Good evening, Captain.
Good evening,
Thank you
Counselor.
for being here. I wanted to mention on page 363, under performance measures, the second item is traffic citations issued. And in FY '21, there were roughly 5,700 citations issued. FY '22, the projected was 3,083. Of course, we're still in FY '22. FY '23 is 3,600. So why, did our citations go down because of COVID? Because certainly our traffic issues did not go down.
Yeah, I'm sure the traffic issues are still out there. The citations, this is what our computer told me. You know, in fiscal year '21, we had 5,700 citations written, and those could have been written warnings or assessments, actual fines. Fiscal year '22, we had almost 3,100. I just set a goal of 3,600 for fiscal year '23. I think it's hard to say what goes into those numbers. I think COVID was a big part of it. Maybe a lot of people just weren't driving, they were working remotely, so they just weren't on the road. I know that a big feeder into that number are the state grants that we receive. Right now, we're in one, the June speeding campaign. We have $7,100 to go out and do traffic enforcement from the state. When officers take this grant and go out on these shifts, these traffic enforcement shifts, there is a state requirement that they attempt to pull over 3 cars in an hour. What the officer does with that vehicle is up to the officer. Money ticket, written warning, or verbal warning. I was talking to our grant writer last week, and she told me that the primary objective of traffic enforcement is education.
Right.
To remind people you shouldn't be doing what we pulled you over for, to educate them. The state, according to the grant writer, Michelle St. James, she said the state has a preference that we educate the public versus writing tickets. So that, between COVID, between the state grant being a big supplier of these numbers, preferring we just give verbal warnings and educate the public, I think that could be an explanation as to why there was a decrease.
Okay. And on the same page, 363, up above, there's objectives. And they're all listed as 2s. And so I wanted to ask, of course, you're not the entire commission, but as the chair of the commission, which one of these would be your number 1, your most important concern? Because I think for myself and in Ward 4, the Traffic Commission's work is crucial, and I would love to see you have more than 2 officers doing traffic work on the force, because I don't know, Ward 4's got tons of traffic-related issues.
Yeah, I think when I came up with these 5 objectives, I put number one for a reason, to promote traffic and pedestrian safety in our city. I would say that's probably the most important one to me.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your work.
Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor D'Agostino.
Thank you. Going back to the personal services, non-OT, the part-time salaries, and if you don't know, perhaps my colleague, Counselor Farwell, will remember based on how the ordinance was structured. I was curious, when the subcommittee meets, and I know those meetings, if I understand right, are usually going out to view something, but is that also a stipended meeting for those civilian folks on the commission?
Not sure, I'd have to ask on that. I think these are only posted meetings, and the Traffic Commission is a posted public meeting, whereas the subcommittee review is just a few of us getting together. It's not considered a quorum where it would have a public nature to it, so my best guess is probably not.
Okay. Oops. Trying to write slow enough that I'll actually be able to read it later. Okay. Thank you for that. And then my other question actually isn't for you, Troy. I have a question for him, a general question. So while I have the floor. And it could be any department, so I'm not picking on this item with this question. You know, let's say that there's $32,000 in this item. I don't care if it's, you know, another department that had extra money in an item. If that department doesn't use that money, what happens?
With your indulgence, Mr. Chairman, first I'll help Captain Picaro answer the previous question that Councilor Nicastro asked.
Oh, absolutely.
About the numbers on the objectives. Those point back to the strategic goals at the mayor list on page 13 in your budget book. And so when they're listed there, it's telling you which of those strategic goals those objectives point back to. To answer Councilor D'Agostino's question, in my earlier comments, I mentioned that the city has had a robust surplus last year, and we anticipate one this year. Any monies unspent at the end of the year, at June 30th, become the foundation of the next year's free cash. So free cash is based on budgeted monies not spent and revenues in excess of projections, which is why we project our revenues conservatively.
Okay. All right, perfect. I was just curious because now, you know, Captain Picaro mentioned, and then Clerk Cruz mentioned, and some others have mentioned, well, we're not sure we'll use all of that. So I was just curious as to what happens in that scenario when not all of an item is used. So thank you for clearing that up, both of you. I appreciate it. And I'm sorry, additionally, I wanted to thank you and the Traffic Commission. We talked earlier, but you all addressed a constituent concern that a constituent of mine and myself brought to you. And so I just wanted to, again, thank you for the time that went into that and the time of the subcommittee to go out and view the space and address it. I really did appreciate that. Thank you.
Council. You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Counselor. No, thank you, Mr. Commissioner. You've been
thank you, sir.
Fantastic to work with. Any other counselors? All right. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Next department is the Animal Control, Director Thomas DeCellis.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. President. Good evening, councilors. If I could just take a moment, I'd just like to go over our mission, services, and some accomplishments within the last year. Animal Control's primary mission is to protect the safety of animals and people while ensuring compliance with state and federal regulations and laws governing animals. Our department provides temporary housing and care of animals. Services include attend to all animal complaints, control all animals, primarily dogs, impound loose dogs, care for animals at the animal control shelter, reunite missing animals with their owners, rehome unclaimed adoptable animals. We clean and maintain the animal control facility and grounds. We perform all clerical functions. We respond to domestic and wildlife complaints, aid and transport sick or injured animals for medical attention and euthanasia if necessary. We remove and dispose of deceased animals on public property, investigate and prosecute violations of city ordinances and state and federal laws pertaining to animal matters. We issue citations and collection of fines. We attend court and public hearings on animal matters. We attend to emergency complaints after regular operational hours. The department is a 24/7 operation employing 9 full-time employees. We have 7 animal control officers, including the director. We have a full-time kennel attendant as well as a full-time clerical person. We take in approximately 200 animals per year. Some of the accomplishments we've had over the last year, we hired an administrative assistant. First time we had one since the late 1980s, and I want to thank the council very much for approving that. We also hired a new animal control officer. We acquired new department portable radios. We established an employee uniform, equipment, and appearance standards policy. We're working in conjunction with the Elections Commission office to increase the number of licensed dogs in the city. Over the last year, we've increased that by at least 22%. We finalized updating the city animal control ordinances. We've increased enforcement and collection of unpaid animal ordinance fines. We assisted the school department with the implementation of dog signage on school grounds, and we've achieved less than a 2% euthanasia rate for animals that we've taken into our care and custody. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions any of the councilors may have pertaining to the budget or anything else.
Councilors? Councilor Castro.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Tishill. It's nice to see you.
Good evening, Councilor.
Thanks for your help in Ward 4.
You're very welcome.
In the expense summary on page 138, under purchase of service, the last item listed is animal disposal. And I noticed that that expense is going up by 50%. Kind of a lot. Is that because you have more animals to dispose of, or?
It's gone up by 50%? Just bear with me. Let me just find it here, please.
Yes.
Sure. Thank you, Troy.
49 to 75.
Oh.
From 49.96 to 75.06.
Okay. All right, I believe in last year's budget, I believe the figure was the same, the 7506 figure. And I believe all we expended in the previous year was the 4996 figure. If that 50%.
That's the actual budgeted amount from last year, and that's the amount you requested for this year.
Okay. I seem to recall, we actually.
That's the amount you actually spent in fiscal year 2021, so
Okay.
last year.
But I believe the amount was budgeted in the previous fiscal year for the same amount, the 7506. I don't think we spent the 70, to my recollection, last year's budget, we had the same $7,506 amount figure.
Okay.
And I don't think we spent that amount. I think the amount we expended was the $4,996.
Well, this is a question that I have for Mr. Clarkson, because, and I did write to Mr. Clarkson about this. On both the financial overview summary, which is on page 137, and on the expense summary, there are numbers from the FY22 budget that differ from the budget that was presented to us that the council approved a year ago. And I don't understand why, because I thought the FY22 budget numbers that are listed in this budget book are supposed to be the same as what we saw last year. For example, on page 137, FY '22 budget, for overtime, this book lists 44,000, but last year's budget listed 29,000, which is a big difference. Personal services, non-overtime, this book's lists 630,000, but last year's listed 612. So the swing is about $69,000, and I'd like to understand.
Sure. And there are lots of reasons for those changes, but I would say generally, the budget that you pass just prior to July 1st is almost never the same when it finishes at the next June 30th. Because a budget, and I say this, I have said this every year I've been here, a budget is a planning document. It's an estimate of what you need to spend. But several times throughout the year, there are changes to the budget that then are approved by the city council. So additions, there were several additions to this fiscal year 22 budget to settle union contracts. So we came here to the city council and you approved transfers from different sources to these budgets to fund those contracts. There are other transfers that will occur within the statutory categories that don't require a council transfer. So if you look on the budget order at the beginning of the book, that's the actual legislative act of the council. Yes. If you are transferring from one of those to another, that requires a council vote. But if you're transferring, let's say, from shift differential to longevity, those aren't the categories you vote, so the auditor's office can actually transfer those monies. Right. So that's why you see differences in the vote that you took last year and these budgets. So what the FY 222 budget line represents is what the budget looks like at the time that this document went to print. So it's inclusive of all of the changes that were made, both by the auditor's office and by the city council throughout the year.
Counselor, if I could just add, as Mr. Clarkson was speaking, and you'll see it in the budget here, I did request an addition to vehicle maintenance. Our fleet of vehicles is getting older, they're breaking down more often, and I believe at one point recently, I transferred money out of animal disposal because I had a surplus, sure, and I transferred it into vehicle maintenance to make up for the shortfall.
Okay, I understand. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselors, anyone else? Counselor Farwell.
Just very quickly, and this, and I don't expect a response from Mr. Clarkson tonight, and we'll get into it a little bit more when we go to public property, but the FY '22 budget designation in this book, shouldn't there at least be a footnote? Shouldn't there be an asterisk that says FY 2022 budget as amended or reflective of transfers? Because the other thing, folks, is that we get these books and we read them and we're supposed to understand them, but they're also supposed to be able to be read by the public. The public is supposed to understand what we're doing here because they hold us accountable. And I just think that if we're going to do that, if we're going to take FY 2020, let's say FY 2023 numbers, and next year we change those because of grants that come in or transfers, then the next budget book should footnote that and tell us. I shouldn't have to go digging the way I did today, and thank God for Mr. Plouffe trying to understand a budget that was all over the place. And some of you have probably grown tired of hearing me say information, 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 and clarity. Just tell me what I need to know and give me all the details, and then I'll sweat the details. But if I don't have the details and I have to guess, then it becomes very frustrating. So I would hope in the future we will footnote a budget book. We will indicate that the figure from the actual appropriation by the council changed because of whatever it is. supplemental appropriation or what have you. And I think that will go a long way towards making these books easier to read.
I think, through you, Mr. Chairman, that's a great suggestion, and in next year's book, we'll be sure to include that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor D'Agostino, followed by Counselor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, and thank you for being here. I first want to say I appreciate you and your staff for everything they do. I've had to reach out to you already with an issue, so I appreciated the responsiveness, and again, just appreciate what you guys do.
Thank you, Counselor. I do have a great staff.
And so, just a couple of questions. The first one, under overtime, you have a 30% reduction. How are you anticipating a 30% reduction in your overtime needs?
We started off the fiscal year with $29,000 in the account. We were down an animal control officer. We also had COVID come into play, some other issues where we were short-staffed. So I requested an overtime transfer, which bumped it up to $44,000. Okay. That's the discrepancy there. So I did do a slight bump in this fiscal year. I think it was an increase of 5%. And that is also tied in with, hopefully we won't have any staffing issues in the coming fiscal year, and a slight bump due to pay increases, step increases that have come into play.
Okay. All right. That makes sense there. And then, again, in the same context, again, you know, when you look at a big decrease or increase in an item, you go, I wonder why that is. So if we go to shift differential, there's a substantial 72.8% increase there. What do you equate that to?
That is, we took an animal control officer off the day shift and transferred them to the night shift.
Okay.
So we have 3 animal control officers now on the night shift. And you'll also see an increase in weekend differential. That's because that transfer also came with the person working the weekend shift.
And it's almost like you read my mind. I saw that. All right, and that ties into that. Okay. All right, and then, uniform clothing allowance. What is a uniform, and I know a lot of this stuff is often dictated by union contracts. How many uniforms, there are a number of uniform staff members are entitled to get covered every year, and
as you said, that's under the collective bargaining agreement. Out of the 9 employees in the department, 8 of them receive the clothing allowance.
What is the cost of a uniform?
It's well, it's a $2,000 a year stipend. It's paid in 4 allotment periods.
4 allotments. It's
And
$2,000.
these uniforms can be expensive with not only the pants, the shirt, the coats, the other accessories. It adds up.
Okay, but that $2,000 allowance for those 8 people is in the collective bargaining agreement?
That's correct.
Okay, all right, so that settles that. And then the other thing I wanted to mention, you know, some departments have substantial overall increases in their budget, but your department's only 5.1%. I mean, that's a very reasonable ask. So I just wanted to note that and mention it, and again, reiterate my appreciation on behalf of the constituents of Ward 3 for the work that you guys do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Counselor. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good evening, Mr. DeCellis. Thank you for being here. Just one quick question. Where are we on the new animal control facility? We have any movement on that issue?
I would ask Mr. Clarkson to come up, if possible.
As I mentioned in my opening, in addition to the ARPA projects that we're funding, we are also continuing to work on our capital plan. And one of the items on the capital plan is that animal control facility. If you remember, you approved a year or 2 ago some funding for a feasibility study, which has been completed, correct? And so that feasibility study is complete, so we're just looking to go to the next stage. And I know that the animal control officer and the mayor have had some conversations about alternative sites other than the site that we're at right now. So there is planning ongoing right now.
Understood. The current feasibility, was that, from my memory, currently on the existing site where the new building was to be built?
It was one of, it was one of 4 proposed locations.
Okay, understood. Thank you for that information. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other counselors? Counselor Azak.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. DeChellis. How are you?
Good evening.
Once again, thank you for all you do. Quick question. I remember from last year, we're not euthanizing animals anymore, right?
We euthanize wildlife. We do not euthanize domestic animals.
Oh, so we do still euthanize
Yes.
wild animals? Okay. So the veterinary services, what are those for? Are they-
That can cover what you just brought up. It can also cover sick or injured animals that come into our care and custody. So that's what that covers.
So if they're privately, they belong to a family, so we treat them and then,
Yes, we try to recoup costs whenever possible. Some people, we have no issue. They'll go right to the veterinarian facility, they'll pay the bill. Other people don't. We end up taking them to court.
okay, so this fee kind of just to cover whatever,
Yes, to cover, and also, we also have a grant available to us, which we utilize. We have a $3,000 grant from MVMA Charities, and I just used it the other day for about almost a $1,200 bill we got on an animal.
okay. So is that what the animal disposal, so it must be the wild animals that we're euthanizing?
Yeah, well, the animal disposal covers, like, say, for instance, roadkill. Animal control is responsible to pick up roadkill. We contract with Final Gift Pet Cemetery in Middleborough. They come down, they pick up the deceased animals we have. That also ties in with the cost of supplies, like the bags we use. That comes out of the animal disposal line item.
I just, because I know there's sometimes the jobs cross with the animal inspector, which is with the Board of Health. I know sometimes they're also transporting animals, or are they taking animals to labs also, or I know that's totally separate, but.
To my knowledge, the animal inspector, they're the ones that pick up the animal. Sometimes animal control will pick it up because we're 24/7. The animal inspector is only a Monday through Friday position. So if it's after hours, we'll collect the specimen, we'll hold on to it. The animal inspector in turn will come to animal control, or if they're working, they'll respond directly to the location where the specimen is. And I believe, last I knew, they were utilizing Whitman VCA to process the specimen, send it to the lab in Jamaica Plain. I don't believe the animal inspector directly brings it from Brockton to Jamaica Plain.
Okay. So my question was going to be on your building and grounds, because I see that we're repairing, but I look forward to when you have a new facility, because I know we've been talking about it for a while. There's something, and I don't know if this is a little premature, but I know there was talk of possibly having animal control be part of the Brockton Police Department, and how would that benefit us?
I've been a firm believer in that for years. I really think it should be the Animal Control Division of the Brockton Police Department, because how we're tied in with the police department. We're basically a subdivision of the police department. This was before my time. Why it was the Animal Control Department, I'm not sure if Councilor Farwell, from your time on the Brockton Police, if it was always that way as well during your tenure. But I've always been a firm believer, based on what we do and the chain of command structure. A lot of people have a misconception that I'm a department head for the city. I'm not. I'm more of a division head. I answer to a police captain. My department head is the police chief, and then to the mayor. However, I do attend weekly department head meetings, and I have other light duties of a department head. but Chief Perez, Acting Chief Perez, did talk to me the other day. She is asking questions about the setup, the operation at Animal Control, so who knows, she may have some ideas in mind.
Okay, well, that's very interesting. I'm glad I asked, because I think that's, you know, whatever it's going to take to make the department, you know, work better, and I think, why not? It makes sense. Like you said, it's a division of you're part of the Brockton Police, so it makes sense to me, but hope whatever we can do to support you on that. I know there's other things that have come up, you know, in the city with laws, whatever you need for us to work on ordinances. And I'm being a little vague, I shouldn't be, but we had an issue with animals down in the, not far from where I live, and we were at a meeting with the mayor, and thank you for all your help with that. And it's important to our constituents to have, you know, the involved and be able to bring the information to them and to help them. You know, I think you guys do a very important job, but I can see that's where I kind of saw a little bit of the disconnect between the, you know, it would be good if the department was a little bit, the animal control and the police were kind of a little bit more as one. I think it would have helped in this situation. But thank you for all you do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Counselor.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselors, anyone else? All right then, Mr. Director, thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Free to go.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.
You too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next department is procurement. Michael Morris, Chief Procurement Officer.
Hey, good evening.
Good evening, councilors. The mission of the procurement department is to promote free and open competition, prevent favoritism, and protect the integrity of the overall bidding process. This is accomplished by the enforcement of the Mass General laws and local ordinances. The department has been very busy lately working on opera-related projects, the public safety building, the addition to the Council on Aging, renovations to Campanelli Stadium, and multiple public works projects, to name a few. Currently, we are finishing up year-end purchases and putting together renewal contracts. The budget itself is pretty much a level request, except for a small amount of funds that have been added for training and continuing ed. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Counselor Mendez.
Hello.
Good evening.
Yes, hi. Just have a quick question regarding the part-time salary. You had it budget last year, 28,000. This year, you took it out completely. And the year before, you didn't have it either. Why did you feel that you needed to put that in last year's budget, but then you no longer need it?
The department is in need of additional staff, and actually, I'm in the process of hiring another full-time position for the department.
So instead of the part-time, just do
It's
it
full-time. Yep.
full-time?
Yes.
Hi.
Hey, how you doing?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, just to help my colleague answer that question, Mike handles a tremendous workload, and as he stated in his opening statement, a lot of what he has been doing of late is supporting the multiple projects through the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA. So the mayor and I authorized Mike to hire an additional full-time person, but plan to fund that entirely with ARPA funds for the duration of ARPA. Then we'll assess the workload in a couple of years, and if that position is still necessary, would seek funding for you to have another full-time position. But for at least the next couple of years, while we are pursuing those ARPA projects, Mike will have that additional full-time person, but funded with ARPA funds.
Good, thank you. The other question that I have is regarding the educational incentive, that there was an increase of 126% for 3,469.
That's contractual.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Anybody else? Oh, Counselor Minicello, followed by Counselor Rodriguez.
Good evening, Mr. Morris. Thank you for coming. Just a statement. I've I've dealt with Mr. Morris and his department on several occasions when on the school side. And I mean, this is a very important position because if you don't follow the rules of procurement, you can be set back and really it affects the integrity of the bidding process. It's so important to make sure that everything is done right, everything is done in compliance with the law, because the integrity of bids is so important, and I can understand why you need another person in that department, because there's so much involved in making sure that timing-wise everything goes out and everything is done in accordance with the statute. So thank you for coming in. I've reviewed your budget. I find it totally appropriate, and I basically say to myself, this is a person that really has been able to do more with less, but I can understand why you need to expand and go beyond the staff that you have. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Morris, how are you, sir?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Well, what are you going to do? Your department is going to grow by 50%. I mean, I don't know what you're going to do.
Well, my office recently moved.
You're going to be hurting big time.
My office recently moved to the second floor, so at least I have more room now to accommodate an additional staff person.
But my question is to you, we had been working on that RFP for the Keith Field.
Yes.
Can you just give us an update of where this stands, or if anything actually has transpired from that, or where it is, what's going to happen to it?
I believe the ENA, the exclusive negotiating agreement, has been signed, and the successful proposer, Boys and Girls Club, are doing their due diligence right now. I believe they're doing some survey work out there on the field, so it's in progress.
It's moving forward.
Yes, it's moving forward.
All right, well, thank you, sir. And
you're welcome.
Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Counselor. Anybody else? To borrow a term from the mayor, you do yeoman's work.
Thank you.
Keep it all moving. We appreciate it. Thank you. And that's all we've got for you, so thanks
All
for
right,
coming.
have a nice night. Thank you.
You too.
Thank you.
Good night.
We shouldn't tell them to be the kangaroo.
Yeah, see the kangaroo.
Next department is Fire Chief Brian Nadelli.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, councilors. Thank you for having me. If I could just start off by talking a little bit about the department over the last year. Brockton Fire Department is stronger than it's ever been, although we've had a very rocky year with the loss of two of our members, Lieutenant Michael Mahoney and firefighter Matt Flaherty. Council was extremely supportive throughout this entire process, and for that I thank you, and the Brockton Fire Department thanks you. I have the ability every day to steer a ship of an incredible group of members that would run through these walls for the Brockton Fire Department and the residents of the city of Brockton. I'm honored to be in the position I'm in, and I'm grateful for the personnel I have every day. We added 13 new bodies to the Brockton Fire Department last year. It was 14. We had one person drop out of the academy just through about the first 3 weeks, so we weren't able to replace him, unfortunately. Those members have made a huge difference. 7 of those were new positions that I worked with the mayor and the CFO last year when Chief Michael Williams was still here, and we were able to get 7 new positions on positions as well as positions through attrition. We will have upwards of 10 positions through attrition this year, not all reflected in this budget. You will see 4 of them that had retired when this document was put together. We're looking at probably another 5 to 6 positions through attrition by the time we start to pull a list from civil service after the beginning of the fiscal year. Working hard on the public safety facility and building. A lot of you know Councilor Azak, obviously Chairman Lally and Councilor Fowle understands the rigors we've been through. It is an arduous process, to say the least, but in the end, it'll work out for the benefit of the city employees as well as the residents throughout the years to come. 100-year building. We also, one of the fortunate things that we spoke on a little last year, we took delivery of a heavy rescue vehicle that is in the process of basically replacing the tactical support unit. The potential down the road for this heavy rescue is to potentially staff this piece of apparatus and get back to 10 companies in the city of Brockton. Right now, we run 9 full-time companies, which is when I say company, I mean a piece of fire apparatus. Being able to staff this rescue, I've been in constant talks with the mayor and the CFO about and how we can do this moving forward in the coming years. I spoke briefly last year when Councilor Iannieri was here about what that means. Well, the city has evolved. The amount of construction going on in the city right now, the amount of technical rescues, the amount of technical exercises that are going on with confined space and trenches in the city are incredible right now. Right now, we have all that equipment spread out between 5 different units. So if we have to do training, we're really putting the city in limbo while we're doing that training, while we're putting all those people there. What would happen would be if we were able to get this apparatus back up and in service, we would be able to then have one piece of apparatus with one crew performing those tasks with support close behind. So that's obviously a conversation for another day, but we are working towards that. The fire apparatus that was put out and bonded out through the Treasurer's Office and through procurement and the CFO and ratified by you folks, the 2 new ladders and the new engine have been ordered. We're looking at a potentially fall of late fall to early winter of 2023. Obviously, parts and equipment are not easy to come by right now, and I know I talked about that when I came before you before. I think one of the things, just to touch on real quick and talk about what I spoke of at the beginning, this is a labor-intensive job. I have what I believe the greatest fire department in the world that I get to shepherd every day. If you look back to the fires of the last few weeks, whether it be 148 Florence Street, whether it be Highland and Lexington, these were fires in structures that are very staffing intensive. Our members, and to you as the council, this might not mean a lot in the sense that putting it into perspective, but to go through 3 to 4 SCBA bottles at one fire without ever going to a defensive and remaining offensive so these people are able to rebuild their homes is extraordinary. You don't see this in major cities. This goes to the dedication of the membership of our department and what this city means to them and the dedication to their craft. This is a craft they do. Like a carpenter builds buildings, plumbers build bathrooms, electricians wire homes and buildings. This is a craft to the membership of the Brockton Fire Department. So to understand, and I'm fortunate because I have a front row seat at this every day. I go to a multiple alarm fire and I am awed at what our membership can do. And that's to their dedication to their craft and their caring and consideration of the residents of Brockton. So I will leave you with that, but I would be more than happy to take any questions you may have.
Councilors? Councilor D'Agostino, followed by Councilor Mendez.
Good evening. Thank you for being here, and I just want to thank you and everybody on the fire department for what they do. And, you know, we really appreciate the risk that you guys take in keeping all of us safe. And a couple of minor items, more curiosity type items than anything else. Reduction in overtime, substantial reduction in overtime. I was just curious as to...
So that's, actually our overtime is actually exactly what it was. What you're not seeing is the grant that we receive and the staffing grant every year for $250,000. So $870,000 in overtime, straight overtime for staffing of apparatus, another $368,000 in overtime. That is what we've had in the past. If you look up at that top, those 2 numbers are added in on the very top of the overtime overall. Plus, if you remember correctly, we went through a lot of overtime because I had I had a lot of injuries last year, and I came back to this council to transfer money from other parts of the budget. So that might be reflected in that as well, Counselor.
Okay, all right, that makes sense.
Yes.
And then, oh, unique pay, what is that?
Unique pay is pay for fire, it's a contractual agreement. It is, firefighters do a lot of stuff around the station, whether it be training, different other methods, cleaning, working on different projects that they're not being supervised by a lieutenant or a captain. So that is a contractual agreement for unique, and that's called unique pay. Because it's unique.
Fair enough. All right, great. I appreciate the clarification on that. I was like, unique pay, what in the world?
Yeah. I hope, and not to cut you off, I did send a letter to the counselors. I hope you received, unless I hope I had all your correct addresses. I think we did. Just to kind of show you where our increases were and what those substantial increases were. So just to clear up any questions you may have.
You know, like there was a substantial increase in, I think, educational incentive, but I think that's a good thing to,
It
I've
is.
said that with other departments, to
So that-
encourage and invest in ongoing professional development for any of our employees, regardless.
And again, that's a contractual component for their education. So that depends on where they will be with their education at that point. We have to forecast that out, Counselor.
Gotcha. Okay. That all makes sense, and I think it's also worth noting, your overall, if I'm seeing it right, your overall change is not even a percentage.
0.7.
0.7%. I
Yes.
mean, you know, and again, in this, you know, environment that we're in with costs of everything and wages and this and that, you know, to be able to, I would say you're definitely doing less with, or more with less, to be able to, you know, keep the department going with only a 0.7% increase, so.
We'll see. So we're actually in talks with the CFO now about how we're moving parts of the budget around, but everything is where it lays right now.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Well, again, thank you very much for your time and everything that you and everybody in the Brockton Fire Department do. We certainly appreciate that.
Thank you, Counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Mendez.
Yes, hi. So, we added the number of firefighters, but then you also had a decrease on the full-time salaries of 19%.
So there was a change in contracts this year that the council ratified, and the money got moved to different places for different incentives. So that's probably where you're seeing that. The salaries.
Finish, I can just.
Okay, all right. So the salaries being moved in the different parts of the contract play a part of a role in that. Would you like to go on?
Another reason for that change is, as the chief mentioned, we hired 13 new firefighters. Many of those were vacancies that were filled, and the firefighters who retired were at much higher salary levels. And so the new firefighters are brought in at a lower level, so there are substantial annual savings in that regard. While I'm up here with the chief, I would like to say that I've been working with him on his fashion, and so you'll notice he's doing very well.
Thank you so much.
How do you get back on topic after that, right?
The other question that I had is regarding the security fire control, which is an increase of 758%.
Yes.
Yes, could you?
I understand. That was part of that letter, where that went up. That was in addition. Over the years, we've been working on different forms of software. Until a year ago, everything we did, I'm sorry, what was the total cost on that? What was the line item again? Security
Page
fire?
26.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, I'm sorry, that's the other one that was in the letter. One of the things we've noticed, and with Captain Picaro up here, a lot of his budget goes to the line painting. One of the things that we run into, and we talked to the mayor about a couple of years ago, and now we've put into the budget this year, if a lot of you have noticed, we're in dire need of repair of our signal systems. Our signal division is not only in charge of our Gamewell master boxes and street boxes, but they also work with IT, with the cameras. They also work with the IT with the cameras. They also work doing the signal systems in the city. So every time you come to a signal in the cities that's not state-owned or operated, the Brockton Fire Department is the one that maintains that signal. So Councilor Nicastro last year in her ward, we had an issue down by the BAT bus terminal, and we had to basically take parts from a number of old traffic boxes to put together to try to make that signal work. And it took us a while. We're very good, Deputy DePasquale, who's the administrative deputy, and the signal division personnel, they're very good at going after, for lack of a better term, the offender that may have taken the signal out or took the box out, if they have insurance. The problem we run into is when they're not insured, that ends up falling on the city. And sometimes they don't have a license. Sometimes if it's not picked up by a camera, sometimes it happens at off hours, and we don't know what happened to it. So a lot of times that falls on the city. What we're attempting to do with this increase, it's about $150,000 or $457,000 in total. What we're looking to do with that money is to start replacing traffic control boxes that are still on pedestals from years ago. If you notice Perkins Ave, they're just very outdated. We'd like to start moving to reconstructing parts of these intersections to get this done. It's long overdue. And what's in the Traffic Commission budget a lot of times just covers a lot of their line maintenance and different things like that. And we have to wait till the end to kind of try, because we have to get the line maintenance done for the Traffic Commission. That's their mission. Then we try to draw money out of that, and a lot of times it's just not fruitful. So we talked with the mayor and working with the CFO over the last couple of years. We wanted to increase that, so hopefully we can really start to do some serious infrastructure improvements to a lot of these intersections.
Okay, thank you so much. Awesome.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Farwell, followed by Counselor Nicastro.
Just very quickly, Chief, Fire Department is the closest knit group in the city, and I think it's because they work 24 hours. They eat together, they sleep as much as they can when they're not on a call together, and I think that's reflected in the quality of work and the quality of people we have. Just to summarize, your budget will allow you to fill all the anticipated retirement vacancies that will come up?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. I jokingly say this, you may need a supplemental transfer if the trajectory of diesel fuel keeps going up, because that's really no joke. You and I talked about
Just talked about this, yeah.
And you know, obviously we would take care of that. We're planning a lot of housing downtown, and, you know, God forbid we ever had a large fire, you wouldn't want it to spread. Am I correct that over a certain number of square feet or a certain number of dwelling units, everything has to be sprinklered? Would that hold true for like the 93 Center Street, the old United Furniture building? I mean, for fire safety, are we requiring, or does the law require that be sprinklered?
Yes, the codes are very, very specific in what those numbers are, yes. And Deputy Chief Williams knows those codes upside down, inside, and out and backwards. And there actually comes through the building code, but we have to make sure it gets done. But yes, a lot of these are. And when you notice a lot of, I have deep concerns the way construction is going. It's great in the city, but the way they're constructing buildings now, lightweight wood frame construction, and they're putting sprinkler systems in them, that's great. Not to get into the whole fire behavior aspect of this, but it is important. Those void spaces in a lot of those buildings are not sprinklered. Fire gets into a void space, like I spoke earlier about, as a fire gets into a structure, it changes the dynamic of the fire, and the sprinkler will have no effect on that. What the sprinklers do is they keep it into the room and contents, which is spectacular, because that's mostly where fires begin. But yes, to answer your question, it is covered under the codes. These things are watched very closely by our Fire Prevention Bureau. And a lot of times, too, it's the simple things of increasing, you know, you might have a building this size, and then you're going to add, say, over 7,500 square feet more of living space, whether it be a function facility. Now it changes the egress qualifications. It changes whether now it needs to be sprinklered or not sprinklered. So yes, that does happen, yes.
Okay, and finally, as we because it impacts on fire safety, fire personnel, fire equipment, as we rewrite or revise the city ordinance book, let's address some of those fire prevention, fire regulation issues that you just mentioned about if it's not covered in the state building code or the Board of Fire Prevention Regulations, let's drill down on that.
Absolutely.
Because I think it's that fire in Orange that was set by 3 or 4 kids that really bothered me. I mean,
Yes.
this thing took off. And
Yep.
you wouldn't want that in the center of this city or any other city.
Wouldn't.
So,
I would agree.
thank you very much.
Yeah, no problem. And I would agree. I know that was part of my note in my notice that I sent you was about the diesel fuel. We went from spending $6,000 a month in diesel fuel a few months ago to we're spending $18,000 a month in diesel fuel right now. It's to the point where there was certain, we had to not be able to purchase some things we wanted to because of the diesel costs. And we understood that, but we've gotten through it. And I have a group of people that work with me at the chief's office, and Suzanne Backoff and Lauren Hardman, Melanie Gomes, and Deputy Chief Di Pasquale, that are able, especially with this year, with the price of and the cost of things, have been done incredible work to get us to where we need to be to still be able to complete our mission within the constraints we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Nicastro.
Thank you. Good evening, Chief. How are you?
Counselor, how are you?
Late night, huh?
That's all right. I'm used to them.
24-hour shifts, Counselor.
Well,
I'm getting spoiled working 9 to 5, so this is good.
you do get spoiled, don't you? I'd like to try it this week anyway. Well, I have your letter, and I'm looking at, on page 261, the memberships and subscriptions that you wrote about at the bottom of your first page.
Yes.
The expenses increasing from $3,100 to $18,000. But I don't understand, it says, we added this money to pay for our new scheduling system to increase efficiency in staffing. Explain the new scheduling system, if you would.
And this was, originally, this was, I'm sorry, what I thought Councilor Mendez brought up at first. For years, everything in the Brockton Fire Department was done on pen and paper. And it still is to a great extent. One of the things that has helped our efficiency and allowed us, when we would generate an overtime list, when we would generate a list to call people that had to come into work, that got then sent over to the fire alarm operators. The fire alarm operators would manually make all of these phone calls. Tedious, arduous work. We have now been able to contract with a company called Firehouse 24/7 that now automates a lot of this stuff. So what this has done is this has freed the operators. Sometimes it would take us hours and hours to get people to come to work, to schedule them for the next day, to schedule details. Someone wants a welding detail. Now they're waiting to the last minute to be able to know if they can do this. What this has done now is this has freed the alarm operator up to do what their job is. And this computer system allows it to efficiently operate on its own. The deputy chief, the platoon deputy, the shift commander runs the list, gets the people that need by contractual agreement and amount of hours. But it is a $14,000 to $15,000 cost every year we have to pay for this. And that's just the way of the world now, unfortunately.
Oh, you don't just buy it, it's a subscription?
No, there's a subscription we pay.
Okay.
We're looking at other things with the IT department that will encompass. One of the things over the years, and I think a lot of departments do this, you start building blocks on different things that, we're going to do this. When I first started, we hand wrote every report. Now they're done on a computer, but we've bought carbon paper and plenty of paper, but yes, it is working. Poor Ted just had a nervous breakdown back there.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Some days I could go back to pen and paper, too.
Future is now. Counselor Azak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Chief.
Good evening, Counselor.
Thank you for being here, and thank you for everything that you and your department do for the city of Brockton. We really appreciate it. Just a couple of questions on the line items. EMT payments.
Yes, so those are stipends contractually that are in the contract that they get paid for their EMT certification.
Oh, so that's for the firefighters'
That is
EMT
correct, yes.
certification?
Yep.
Because then I saw something that said ambulance, but it was very small, like $1,000.
Yes, it's a very small amount. This is an account that goes back to years ago that we buy a small amount of medical supplies with. We don't really buy much out of that. It's just an account that's been in there for a number of years that we continue to keep. And it's really more for very small items. We don't do much out of that.
Okay. I know you have medical in here, but I'm just...
That's where we buy the bulk of our
Oh, so
stuff.
that's...
So they're two different line items.
Okay.
that we purchased medical equipment out of.
And I apologize if somebody's asked this already, but other contract services?
So other contract services is an incredible line item that we've had the last couple of years. This is what allows us to do a lot of our training. Firefighters are drilling and training all the time. One of the things over the years, though, is we'd have to come back to you for potentially appropriation if we wanted to bring in some outside training or pay overtime to be able to have people cover the apparatus while we're doing in-depth training. We're very fortunate, unlike some smaller towns, where we're able to do a lot of training on duty. Some of the bigger stuff we want to get done, though, we have to actually hire people to come back on overtime to work on the trucks while we're doing the training. This allows us to do that. It also allows us to bring in outside entities. We think we have a great fire department, and I would go up against any fire department there is. But you also have to hear other voices, whether that be from the Massachusetts State Firefighting Academy, whether that be from the National Fire Academy in Emmitsburg, Maryland, whether it be from a captain who survived a Mayday incident in the city of Worcester to come in and tell his story, and he has a consulting firm that we pay for his service. So that's what all of this comes out of. We've done some real great work with our technical rescue schemes, active shooter. A lot of our original active shooter allotments to pay for the training for that, to get everybody trained in that discipline. Working with the police department, a lot of that money came out of that, and we're planning another drill coming up again in this fall with that. So yes, that's a huge education component that is vital to what we do every day.
That's really great. So you and I have had some conversations offline. One of them was just last week, the price of fuel, and I see the huge jump for diesel because most of the vehicles you said are diesel, so.
Yes.
That
It is unfortunate, yes.
So that's an estimated figure that you think that's where we're at?
We hope. I actually had this conversation with Tiffany last week, actually, because when we planned this budget, think about how the prices have soared even since then. So I actually had this conversation with Councilor Farwell, and I actually had this conversation with Tiffany last week, and there is the potential we'll have to come back for an appropriation for fuel, because where it's jumped since we laid this out is still substantial. And this, doing 30,000 runs a year, we're chewing up a lot of diesel fuel.
It is, that is a lot. And then I did see something, hazardous duty, that's.
Hazardous duty pay is a contractual pay that deals with all of our hazardous materials education, and it's a stipend that the members receive for that.
And that just made me think of another conversation that we had about your actual not uniforms, but the firefighters, the uniforms that you wear when you're fighting fires, and how they possibly can be hazardous. I don't know what we can do on our end, but after speaking to you about that matter, it really kind of, it's preoccupied my mind, like what can we do? And I don't know if that's, if there are different options or if that's all that you have as firefighters, but knowing that you are putting on a uniform to go in and save lives, but in the meantime, possibly affecting your own, really just, really bothers me. So I don't know what we can do, or if we can take, I know we probably don't have an answer this evening, but if that's something we can work on to help you as a department to, whether it's statewide, nationally, whatever needs to be done. I just want you to know that I don't know anybody that wouldn't support you on that, so.
I thank you, yes. So this isn't at the national, this is at the world level. The forever chemicals, PFAS, that they found in foams. We're one of the only departments, we did this about 6 months ago. We're one of the only departments I know on the South Shore in the Commonwealth who switched over all of our foam now to a universal green that is all PFAS free. All foams had PFAS in them. We've switched over completely to PFAS free foam. We don't have any foam that has any PFAS in it at all anymore. Our gear is a whole different story. One of the situations, the gear we have now potentially has PFAS in it. There are not a lot of vendors out there now selling PFAS-free foam. What it is it's almost like a water repellent, so we don't get saturated with, and we get, you have to keep the water off of you to an extent. You get very wet. But we're still vetting out. It's funny you bring this up because we were just with a vendor today that states that they have a PFAS-free gear. Now, of course, that comes with a price. One of the clothing things you see in here is that's how we pay to purchase new turnout gear. So if we're looking at a class of 10 members this year, that's $4,000 a set of gear. So there we're looking at now $40,000 in gear for just one set. Well, fortunately, but unfortunately, the city of Brockton is very busy. So every member in the department has 2 sets because you can't wear it now with all the carcinogens and it has to be washed. So there's a whole carcinogen aspect of this with every member of our department having 2 sets of gear. But there's another whole aspect of this with the gear actually has PFAS potentially in it. The cancer rates in the fire service are alarming at best. Dr. Michael Hamrock, who is a retired Boston firefighter, has really taken up the crusade with this. He's actually a physician. He went to medical school while he was a firefighter. And he sees a number of firefighters, not only here in the greater Boston area, but sees them throughout the country. And he's quite knowledgeable about a lot of this stuff. He consults on a lot of these issues. He's kind of our focus, and when we speak with him and find out, he sees firefighters, he sends firefighters for tests that normally you wouldn't get at certain ages. And that's done a lot in the preventative aspect of it, but there is an issue with turnout gear, and I appreciate you supporting that.
Well, thank you, and like I said, I think there's no price to put on lives of, anybody, but especially firefighters if you're going in to save lives. So I think that's something to look at, if that's something that we can do or add in the budget, really take into consideration. So thank you once again for all that you do.
Thank you.
And thank you, Counselor. Thank you, Chief. Any other counselors? Oh, okay. Well, thank you. Thank you to your guys.
Thank you,
guys do
Mr. Chief.
fantastic.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Next department is Public Property. James Pluff, Superintendent of Buildings.
Mr. Superintendent, good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, councilors. Well, I would like to give a little, start off my presentation or start off the hearing here with a little information about the department. We're a multifaceted department. We not only enforce building codes, electrical codes, plumbing codes, and the like, but we also have a segment of our department that is dedicated to facilities management and repairing and maintaining the buildings of the city. We also have a group of custodians who are charged with cleaning the buildings nightly, daily, and also setting up events. We also handle the ZBA through our office. I'm the clerk of the ZBA, and we are going to be embarking on a little bit of a change, as the mayor mentioned earlier, and within the next couple weeks, they're going to be putting the inspectors from the Board of Health, I believe there's 7 of them currently and an 8th vacancy underneath my watch. It'll stay under the Board of Health, but the day-to-day operations will be done by my department. So over the past year, we've worked a lot on the Campton LA Stadium, and unfortunately had a situation with some rodents, which we've now solved and evicted them. And we've renovated the Rock's offices and the locker rooms and installed some new netting out on the field. And we had arrived today padding for the stadiums also. So that's going to be installed within the next few days to the next week. We had a brand new computer system installed, or I worked with a company that created a new system for us that's in multiple languages. So anytime you want to apply for a building permit, wiring permit, plumbing permit, you can just click a button on top. Google Translate will translate that page into whatever language you choose. Right now, I believe we are set to Portuguese, French, Spanish, and English. We have, I embarked on a really ambitious project this past year, and a lot of other departments followed along suit in scanning all of our documents. So all our documents in the building department are no longer on paper in our office. We shipped them out to a company that we went under contract with, and they're providing us with a set of scanned documents every month. Hopefully, it's a large project because we also sent a good number of our drawings to them, and they're scanning those in. So if you go onto the city website right now, under the building department's webpage, you'll see building department documents. And under there are a good number of our documents that we already have scanned in, thousands of them, that you can look up. In the near future, we'll be uploading even more to the website. And with that paper being gone from our office, it allowed me to reorganize our office a little bit and created more space. So now we've moved the planning department, their staff, into our office out back with our building inspectors, freeing up the planning office, not the city planner's office and not the admin 3 location, but the rest of the office to be used for the Board of Health members. And they'll be coming up within, like I said, 2 weeks. That's the plan, 2 weeks. With that, I will open up for questions from any of the members, councilors.
Councilor Azdak, followed by Councilor Mendez and Texera.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioner. Thank you for being here, and as always, your department's always great to work with.
Thank you.
But you caught me at, you put netting around the Rock Stadium?
Yes.
How much did that cost?
Ooh, the netting, about 5,000.
5,000?
Well,
And that's
yeah.
to protect from?
That's, the minor league rules for baseball are that you have to extend the protective netting from, well, the rules are from one end of the dugout all the way around to the other end of the dugout on the other side. So we had to extend the netting. We left the netting behind home plate and just added 2 extension poles on top of the dugouts on both sides.
So I was there the other day, and, you know, we were honoring Mayor Sullivan for being a COVID champion. So I did notice that. So that's to protect from the flying ball, from the balls, right? Baseballs?
From line drives and broken bats.
Bats, okay. So the reason I asked this is that netting, I'd like to speak to Tim Carpenter, I believe, either when he's coming before us, but that would work at the golf course.
Yes.
Yes, and so that's why it caught my attention, because we've been talking about netting at the golf course for residents on Mellon Street for years now, so I will mention that. But, so, back to your department. Great, I see this is ambitious, and it's really great, but how are you feeling about this reorganization of your department? That's a lot to take on.
It is a lot to take on, but I believe that, it falls in within the same type of role that we already have in our office, of inspections, code enforcement. So I think it melds right into what we do. Increase in number of people in the office, increase of the number of employees I have underneath me is always going to be a concern, because, you know, you have different personalities you have to work with, and, but I believe that we're gonna work it out. I think it's gonna work well. I am asking for, in this budget, and the mayor approved a deputy commissioner who, if we hire a deputy commissioner, that person will be able to help organize and enforce whatever we need to with both the Board of Health inspectors that are going to be coming under our watch and also my current inspectors.
Which is really great. I just, I mean, I love this because I've always envisioned us as becoming inspectional services. I really think it's a lot easier with enforcing our ordinances, you know, to have people who are enforcing the ordinances together. So inspectional services is really, I think, is a great way to go. I wish we could have combined it a little bit, because we have part of the police and fire. I know I had brought this idea to the mayor last year to possibly get you guys over in the new facility, have your own floor, but didn't happen, but it's okay. I'm glad that it's going in this direction. I think it's really great. So, I was looking through your staff, and under building custodians, I don't see Maria, and is she not as part of this, staff?
That's correct.
Okay.
And the reason for that is they are, although their title is now junior building custodian, such as the others, they're basically on loan, if you would, from the library. So they fall into the library budget.
They'll be under the library.
But there's an MOU, a memorandum of understanding with the library and the union, that they would be under my command, but be paid out of the budget of the library. And I believe there's a financial reasoning behind that. with the requirements for the budget of the library to maintain or increase every year to keep their status of their certification.
So who else is it? Who else is, I'll look through the library, that's fine.
Yeah, that would be Anthony, our other
Oh,
custodian.
okay. All right, great. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Mendez.
Hello.
Hello, Counselor.
My question that I have is a question that I've already asked you several times regarding the stadium. The expenses that we have in just maintaining it, it's $263,100 combined with the $10,000 plus the $253,000. And what I've been asking you forever is when are we ever going to be able to rent it? Because I always have people that wants to rent the facility, and that would be able to really cover for the expenses. So how are we doing on that?
Sure. There are actually two different things here that we're talking about. The Shaw Center, which is the conference center part of the property, is the one that we would rent out. And the mayor still hasn't released that to be used by anybody to be rented out. That's currently still being used for vaccines. I believe 1 day a week by the, was it Fallon Ambulance or Brewster? I think it's Brewster. And then also 1 night a week was being used by the Board of Health. So they're still using that as a vaccine center. They will be using it again for, or some area over there for testing in the near future, if I understand from the Dr. Montesor from the Board of Health. So they're not renting out the Shaw Center for the near future. However, whenever the mayor says go to it, we'll formulate a plan to rent that out. As far as the stadium is rentable or usable, but you have to go through the Rocks, the Brockton Rocks. They're the ones with the custody of the facility.
And coordinate with their schedule for their games.
That's correct. And the budget you mentioned about the 260 or so, it's the budget we have, and the amount of money we have listed in this budget is for ongoing maintenance. However, we have gone through, using the help of procurement, have solicited an architect. We're about to go into negotiations for their fee to do what we're going to name as a feasibility study to determine the scope of work to renovate the rest of the stadium, to make it a state-of-the-art stadium, bring in new Wi-Fi or a new scoreboard. We already have new lights, but maybe spruce the place up. We're going to discuss it with the new owners of the Rocks and figure out what they are looking for in their baseball vision. So we're going to be engaging with that architect within, I'd say, a couple weeks. We have sent them a notice of intent to hire. We just have to negotiate their fee for this feasibility study, which shouldn't be more than $50,000, about there. Should be less. Once we have that, that will give us a baseline of what we would like to do for the stadium. And then once we have that baseline and we determine a budget and scope of work, then we would come to the council, give a presentation, the whole 9 yards for the stadium. But that's a little bit down the road, probably, it might even be next budget season.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Texera.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Pluff, to be here for us. So right now, you manage about 22 people under you, right?
23 people? We have, yeah, I haven't counted, but yes.
Yeah.
I have 7 inspectors, 4, 11, 17, yeah.
Approximately.
Yeah.
So you're gonna add another 7 from Board of Health.
There'd be another 7, there's a vacancy there, so a possibility of an 8th. And then I'm looking to hire 3 more under this budget, 2 from the Vacant Abandoned Building Fund and a deputy commissioner.
Okay, so you're gonna be managed over 30 people.
Sorry, I
I
couldn't.
say you're gonna be managed over 30.
Yes.
Yeah, approximately 30, right?
About
You're definitely
30,
gonna need
30,
some help.
32, 33, yeah.
You're definitely gonna need some help. My question is on before engineer, demolition you went 247% from FY 2022 to FY 2023. So you had 247% increase on this budget.
Okay, that is not a real number, as as was discussed with previous department heads. That's what's actually in the account at the time of this printing. We were given 125,000 in our line item last year for demolition, and we're asking for 125 this year, so it's even funded. We didn't have any emergency demolitions to use for the general fund this year, so we reused some of that money, transferred that into other services, such as some of the renovations at the Shaw Center.
So you used the whole 120,000?
We're almost, yes, we're almost to about 11,000 left in that account. We've transferred out another 110 to other uses. We have that line item 125 because of demolition costs. If there was a large building that caught fire or was damaged in some way and the owner wasn't responsible, we would take over and be responsible for that building. So we carry a line item 125,000 to make sure that we have enough to take care of something if in the event we have to do it.
Understood. Okay, on engineer, you went 200, is it 212%? F 2022, it was $8,000. FY 2023, it's $25,000.
So engineering, last year, I was appropriated $10,000 for engineering. And this year's budget, we were asking for 25,000. So engineering, we spent in fiscal year 21, just under 25,000. So we're looking to level fund with that amount of 25,000. Engineering could be the architect, not the architect, but we hired an engineer during our board of surveys. So if we have, like I said, a fire in a large building, we have to take it down. Our procedures are prescribed by general law. The general law says we have to go out with the fire chief, a city engineer, and a disinterested party. And practice has been for a number of years now to go to an engineer that we hire per time. So we'll call, it's not a consultant necessarily, but we'll go and call this engineer and say, we have this building we need you to evaluate. Engineer will come out and do an evaluation and give us a report on that. So that's one of the engineering issues that would pay out of that line item. There's also other events that we would do, or other projects we'd do where we're required to have engineering. Say, if we're gonna do work here on City Hall, I have right now, I'm going out to the architect that we hired as what they call a house doctor. The finance office went out and got a house doctor. And now we can go to the architect and say, hey, we want to move a couple walls in City Hall. It might affect egress, might affect the fire alarm system. We need you to draw up the plans. So we'd use that engineering line item to pay for that service. And we're currently doing that for a couple of moves that the mayor would like to do with the assessor's office and law office.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Stewart.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Farwell, followed by Counselor Minichiello.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Plouffe, again, thank you for, Superintendent Plouffe, thank you for responding to my email today, and I apologize for sending it out on the morning of a budget hearing, and that's my fault because of my schedule. And I'm not gonna read it for the members, I'll send it to them. But finding numbers that didn't comport with other numbers and having you go through that whole exercise, I can't thank you enough. In my opinion, that should not have happened. It should have been much easier to read, and I really should not have found it that hard to figure out what's going on. But let me go through a series of questions here. What revenue do we get from the leasing of the stadium, if you know?
I don't have that off the top of my head. Do you have income from? I do know that on top of whatever the nominal amount is that they pay us, they pay us 50% of the electric bill. I know that for a fact.
Well, but I'd like to know, I mean, surely one of you has got to know, what is the Rocks, or the owner of the Rocks, paying to us? And I'm going to tell you why I asked that. Because under stadium purchase of service, we've already mentioned a $5,000 net, protective net. On page 347, under stadium purchase of service, building grounds repair maintenance, 125,000, elevator repair, 8,100, building supplies, 120,000, for a total of $253,100. And by the way, I don't see anything there for water and sewer. So what are we getting for renting the stadium? What are the taxpayers, let me back up. What are the taxpayers getting for renting the stadium as opposed to what we're shelling out?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Counselor, this is off the top of my head, so I will verify this and get it to you. I believe the value of the lease currently is $24,000 a year.
Per year?
Yes.
Okay, now, if you and I owned a piece of property and we were leasing it out and we were only getting $24,000, but we were paying a minimum of $253,100, we probably wouldn't do that. Would that be a fair statement?
I would say that math doesn't work. However, I would also add that one of the reasons why we have invested in improvements to the stadium is the lease is, I believe, written in a way that allows the city, when the Rocks do not have control during the season, to lease it out for other purposes. If you remember, when the stadium was first built, it was a pretty active entertainment venue with concerts and other attractions, and I do believe the new owners of the Rocks want to collaborate with the city to enhance the usage of it. So I do think that we anticipate a more active entertainment venue in the future.
Well, and you know, look, and I'm trying to be generous here, but I have to tell you, that thing seems to be a hole in the ground into which we are pouring so much money. I don't know if we'll ever, even over amortization, get back what we're putting into it. Excluding ARPA funds, Mr. Plouffe, what do you think your department has had to pay for maintenance, upkeep, or any other ancillary charges for the Rock Stadium?
This year alone, out of my budget, in excess of $200,000.
I'm sorry, in excess of what?
$200,000.
$200,000?
Correct.
Okay, so tonight, I'm not going to stay in this, folks, but I got to tell you, I think we need to have a conversation with the mayor and others about this. And not for my benefit, for the taxpayers' benefit. I just think it's obscene to spend that kind of money and get so little return. And someone's going to say, well, you know, we don't have much entertainment in the city. Well, it's fun to go to Rocks games. I get that. But at the same time, I think you have to be fiscally prudent with what you're doing and what you're getting in return. I think some of you businessmen call it the ROI, return on investment. And it really bothers me that we are where we are. There is nothing in the budget book here to pay water and sewer charges for the stadium, or have I missed that? And I take it would be, I'd fall off my chair if you tell me the Rocks are going to pay for their own water and sewer.
No, Mr. Counselor, I do believe we will pay for it, but it's not broken out in a line item.
Okay. Maybe they need my American Express Gold card to help them out during the season, I don't know. The last thing I would say, because I don't want to get frustrated and I don't want to usurp all the time at 10 o'clock at night, we zeroed out the War Memorial budget, and you know, I get it, combining budgets. I think, you know, your department handles the billing and paying the vendors and everything else. The only thing I would say, and maybe I'm overly sensitive, the War Memorial building is a treasure in this city, and it was built for a particular purpose in honor of our veterans. And maybe it's me, but I think by zeroing out that budget and just blending it into the building department budget, it's kind of like a little slap in the face that, you know, you're not important enough to stand on your own, and, you know, to make it easier on us, we're gonna commingle it with the building department, and my preference would have been to maintain a separate appropriation for the War Memorial to reflect our respect for the building, maybe even add to the appropriation to take care of that building. But it's done, so be it. And again, I thank you for your help. And the last thing I would ask of you, Superintendent Plouffe, is, based on the information you sent out to us, if there are any amendments in that budget order or in this budget that need to be made by the council meeting so that you make sure you've got the right money in the right place, would you let us know?
Absolutely.
Because I want to make sure you start off July 1st with exactly what you need, and we have a good fiscal year.
All right,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Rodriguez, followed by Minicello, followed by D'Agostino.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Council Falwell, I'm glad you brought that, because I actually had it down here for me to go after, to be honest with you. Because I'm telling you, I'm dumbfounded by this, by the fact that, you know, we're spending $250,000 on a stadium that we get $24,000 back for. At the same time, what is the taxpayers getting out of that $250,000 that we're spending on it? Honestly, I can understand if it was, you know, some sort of an event that brought thousands of people from the outside, at least the business community would kind of benefit out of that. I failed to see that. And honestly, I think we've tried this experiment for a little too long. And in the business world, people usually cut their losses and move on. Frankly, this whole Rocks experience has not been very fruitful for the city. And for the fact that we're spending $250,000 every year in a city that's dirt poor, you know, we can't build soccer facilities, we can't build fields anywhere because we can't afford to, but yet we're sinking $250,000 into a facility so a handful of people can go and have a ball game from time to time. And the thing that floors me is what Councilor Mendes asked in terms of the usage of the stadium. So these folks, we the taxpayers are putting $250,000 into that facility on a yearly basis. And yet they have sole authority as to who uses that field?
No, Councilor, it's not sole authority. I believe we have, outside of the baseball season, I believe we have authority to have events there also.
Right, but they have, during the summer, the best out of the months, we live in New England. What are we going to do in December and January on that field? I'm saying during the peak months, they have sole authority over that field, meaning that if we wanted to hold some sort of a community event or something like that, we couldn't do it without their authorization, that they basically had to authorize, which I find it a little, you know, I know we've all been in that seat, you know, in terms of trying to resurrect, you know, this real bad experience that we've had here in this city. But we continue to make the same mistakes, doing the same thing. You know, I honestly would prefer, and I know this is not the venue for this discussion, but I would prefer us just taking that stadium away and give it to the school system, let the high school use it as another facility in the city, and save the taxpayers $250,000 every year. It makes absolutely no sense, 0 cents, that we are spending that much money in a facility that we, the taxpayers, get absolutely nothing from. I mean, I know we go and we throw the first pitch here and there, we watch a little ball game here and there, but you know what? That is you know, that's not what this city really needs. And I think we got to rethink this whole thing. The Shaw Center is locked up because we can't use it as a city facility. Now the stadium is locked up during the 6 months that they use it for baseball purposes, where the games aren't played every day, they're not home every day, but yet they have sole discretion who uses that field and how they use it. And honestly, we pay half of the light bills, half of the water bills. Do we do that for any other business in this community? Seriously? Do we? I don't think there's a single business that we do that to. Imagine if we actually went down to, I don't know, Good Samaritan Hospital and say, you know, you're a good business in this community. We're going to pay half of your electricity, half of your water bill. They would really appreciate that. Or WB Mason or some of these other businesses that we have in the community. So I don't understand why why we continue. I mean, this is a pure definition of doing the same things and expecting a different result. And it makes no sense. I know it has nothing to do with you. It's not your fault, but I'm just saying that the CFO is sitting right here, that we gotta rethink this whole thing, because it makes absolutely no sense that we're looking at a budget where $280,000. You know, do you know how many police officers we could hire with that? Or teachers? I mean, we were talking about junior positions that, you know, we're hiring at $38,000. How many more of those can we actually bring? I mean, how many more inspectors can we bring in your department with that money? I'm just saying that we need to rethink of this, because frankly, the taxpayers aren't getting anything out of this. And it's time for us to kind of, you know, pull the handbrakes and maybe say, you know what, that whole, you know, stadium experiment hasn't really panned out to what it needs to be. We need to move on to something, you know. So that's why I wanted to say, because I actually had it written down here. I think we need to really seriously address this as we move forward, because it's not helping anybody out. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Minicello, followed by Counselor D'Agostino.
Good evening, Mr. Superintendent. Could the chair, I guess through the chair, could I just ask a question regarding the management of the Rock Stadium and the contract? That is something that we would have to have a discussion with, I assume, with the mayor, correct?
Mayor, and I think Troy may be able to touch on that as well, about the Rocks contract.
And do we know when the Rocks contract expires, or for how long the Rocks contract is in effect?
I don't off the top of my head. The contract for the Rocks was negotiated by the law department, but it is obviously a public record. I'm happy to get a copy and provide it to the council.
Just a point of information, Mr. Chairman, to my colleague. I believe you're going to find a 10-year lease was signed in 2020.
Ooh.
I believe you're going to find that. I hope I'm wrong, but it is something we should get from the law department.
I don't think, going off of the comments from some of my colleagues, I don't think a resolve about the Rock Stadium and ongoing business there would be inappropriate.
Okay.
I don't think that a resolve regarding the Rock Stadium would be inappropriate.
Okay, thank you. Listening to Superintendent Plouffe, it seems like he's fielding a lot of questions that are really out of his realm, but I'm finding them very informational, so to speak, to get up to speed with this issue. However, with regard to, I guess, an issue that doesn't foster as much excitement, with regard to one of your budget items, in terms of an incentive, an overtime incentive, I think it's I'm sorry, it was a benefit with regard to incentivizing a benefit for basically buying back a work.
Sick time, Council?
No, not sick time. An overtime incentive, I think it was.
Admin incentive.
No. Unused sick leave bonus. how is that working for you in terms of a policy to have people receive, you know, a benefit for unused sick time in terms of keeping people at work?
Yes, how it works, it's actually a contractual item that is worked into the contracts, but it does, you know, for many years as an inspector, I wouldn't use my sick time during the year. You know, I'd buy it back. I believe you can buy back a week. I believe there's 3 additional days that you can get by not using sick time for a period of a year. That was in the contract. I have other people that will use the sick time instead of getting that bonus. So I think it's here nor there when it comes to keeping people in the office. Honestly, I personally believe that if you're sick, stay home. I don't want to get your sickness. But there are people that will want to buy that back and stay in the office and sneeze and cough.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor D'Agostino.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you for being here at this late hour. So I have a few questions. And I'll forgive me if maybe it's already been covered. Uniform allowance went up 43%.
So I believe the uniform allowance, that's going to be uniform clothing, 44.2. That was, my line item last year was 32.3, so that's an additional 12,000. Slightly different than what the says here on the paper, but that is not used very often. But we do have our, we are going to be negotiating right now with our laborers and our public property, and I'm going to be looking to require them to wear a uniform, and that's going to be part of the cleaning allowance and things like that to allow them to do that, to clean their stuff. And there's also a contractual part of the contracts that allows them to get a clothing allowance every year for the inspectors and other staff.
Well, and that's what I was going to say. I mean, do they go out in City of Brockton uniforms, inspectors? I haven't seen that, but maybe they are, and I just haven't observed it.
No, they aren't yet.
Okay, so this is a new thing?
The inspectors aren't on the list right now to negotiate for that. My custodians are, and also possibly the trades, which would be the public property tradespeople. But that's going to be negotiated.
All right, now this has been funded in prior years, but it sounds like it's not being used.
Not as much as I've been funded in the previous.
Okay.
I did spend 2 years ago, 25,000.
Okay. And then, you know, substantial increase in demolition costs. Is there something you're anticipating?
No, it's not substantial. Line item last year was 125. We're looking for 125 again this year.
I'm reading that wrong? Last year's 36,000 in this document?
No.
Okay.
So 36,000 is what is in the was in the budget at the time of this printing. Now it's down to 11. We've transferred out of that account into another account to cover other expenses.
Okay.
So, but we carry that 125 in case we have an emergency, but we have to take down a large building or a couple buildings, you know, earthquake, fire, any hazards.
Okay. And you took, there was some money taken out of other contract services. Was that a move within the budget, or is it just you're just not anticipating needing certain services this year?
Other contract services.
Went from, according to what I have, 156 to 108, but I don't know if that was just money being moved, you know, within the items.
Through you, Mr. Chair, while Jim looks up the answer to that, related to the questions that Councilor D'Agostino has now and the previous questions from Councilors Farwell and Castro, what we'll do for the next 2 nights, we tried to streamline this document to make it more reflective of what we've actually spent, but I realize that it's making it more confusing. So what we'll do for tomorrow night and for Thursday is we will print you out. You'll have the information as to what the amended budget is. That's what's in the column, but we'll print out for you what you approved last year so you can actually compare your approved budget to what's being asked this year. So hopefully that will eliminate some of the confusion. We wanted to make it more reflective and transparent in terms of what the actual budget is so you could see the transfers, but I'm realizing it made it more confusing. So we apologize for that, and we'll clear that up and provide you additional information.
That makes sense, and I appreciate the explanation and the clarification. It's helpful. It would be helpful to have both, really, the original appropriation and then whatever the changes have been, and, you know, so that we can examine year to year and, you know, actual versus, you know, budgeted. But at any rate, all right, I'm fine with that explanation. Thank you for that.
Councilor, just to give you an idea that the approved budget line last year was 68,330, and we're asking for 108,740 this year.
68, 330, and 108. All right, so those are slightly different. All right.
And we've actually transferred some of the money out of the demolition and other accounts into other contract services because we had a lot of different contracts this year. I envision a couple contracts coming up next year. We're looking at a security review of the building, especially after the the shooter down in Texas.
Right.
We're going to be doing some active shooter training with the police department here for the building. Right. And we're also going to be doing a security review of all the offices. As part of that, one thing I want to do is turn this building into a master key building, and maybe all our buildings, where it's one grand master key that I could take, the police department could take, we can get into any building. And underneath of those, with the same key, but different locks, we'll be able to open up the other doors. So be able to change out all the locks of the building. That's a contract that I'm looking at. I'm gonna try to get a cost for. So that would be one of the things that we put under other contract services.
Okay, and that's something I think makes sense, especially in the context, you know, of just some of the horrible things we have to plan for and think about in this day and age, you know. But I'm glad to hear you're going to do that kind of training here in this building too. I know in my time on the school side, there was a lot of focus over there on that, and I think every city department would benefit. Unfortunately, that's just the things we have to talk about in this day and age.
Yes, I talk to the police and fire department all the time, and we like to plan like there's no tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
Never use it.
Plan and rehearse so that, God forbid, you know what to do and everybody just does it, but at the same time, yeah, we pray to God we never need to know any of it.
Exactly.
Okay, and then, and I know this is kind of been beat to death, so I'll try not to opine on it too long, but unfortunately, the stadium is under your budget, and it is in my ward. And so I certainly would like us to have some discussions about it. There was discussion about turning it over to the schools and having the you know, probably the ball team, the high school ball team play there, and the culinary arts program move in there, and it would create an educational opportunity. And then COVID hit, and of course, you know, changed everything. And I know, Mr. Clarkson, you and I were both in the room for some of those conversations, as was the mayor and the superintendent and others, you know. So I think, yeah, I mean, to echo what my colleagues have said, it's time for us to have a discussion about the long term of that, because, I mean, the other night, how many, if anybody was at the game, I wasn't, I apologize, but how many people were in attendance at the game? You sang, I mean, what kind of a crowd did we have?
1,000 maybe.
Right, so certainly not even remotely close to what the place was built for, right? And that's the thing. I mean, I think it's time for a meaningful coming to Jesus moment about that facility and its future, and you know, whether it's getting back to the original conversation about whether the schools can use it and provide an educational benefit to students, or whether there's something else. You know, and the thing that drives me nuts is I hear some people talking about a convention center on the other side of town. We can't even get the one we've got to work, and people want another one. We can't even make one work. So I echo my colleagues in the fact that it's time for several discussions. This won't be just one night and a resolve. I mean, you know, we can have a resolve, get this conversation going, but we're not going to resolve that in one council meeting. I think there needs to be some kind of maybe task force or whatever convened to figure that out and hammer that out and make some plans and decisions on what we can do with that facility, rather than continuing to throw $250,000 a year of taxpayer money at something that just doesn't seem to be bringing the returns for those taxpayers and the money they're spending. So that's, you know, my 3 cents. Finally, one more question relating to your budget. There's 3 proposed new positions. One's an inspector, I have no question there. An admin, I don't really have much of a question there, except like I've asked everybody with vacant or proposed positions, I assume these are positions that you anticipate you could fill in a reasonable amount of time. You know,
Yes.
Okay.
I do have, right now I have one admin, one position open, and there are resumes submitted. We're setting up interviews to fill that position. That's an existing budgeted position that one of the persons listed here has left within the past month or two.
Okay.
The other admin position and the inspector position would be both coming out completely out of the vacant abandoned building fund.
Okay.
And their roles would be limited to vacant abandoned buildings and running that program. That's, right now we have, through the mayor and through the CFO, we have started the process of funding that and with existing vacant abandoned funds. And we have put out a request for resumes, and we're going to be looking at interviews in the relative near future for that.
Okay.
The other position, the admin 1 position, we haven't started anything with that one for the vacant abandoned, but that would be filled as soon as I possibly could.
Okay. And my final for you, Deputy Inspector of Buildings. I mean, I had 2 thoughts when I saw that. One is, you know, I hear people talk about we need more code enforcement, more code enforcement. I mean, you know, and it's been a discussion of this body long before I was sitting here. But in the city overall, it's been an ongoing conversation about the need for more code enforcement. So I guess my 2 questions on this is, I'm just wondering why would we benefit more from more inspectors with that money versus the deputy inspector? Second question, and I think really I'm calling it a 2-parter, but it's probably all one. What is the benefit to the taxpayer of bringing and adding this position? Like, what is this person going to do that's not, you know?
Well, thank you for asking that question. I do, personally, I issue all the building permits. I work with my supervisor of buildings and ground and maintenance to work on projects. I personally wrote up the RFQs and sent them out for quotes for doing some of the work at the stadium. Okay. I have supervised my clerical staff. I supervise the inspectors directly. I have one senior custodian who supervises the junior custodians. I have a lot on my plate to do every day.
Okay.
And I need another hand to help. Okay. Just do what I do. And in addition, having 7 additional people being placed under me as the Board of Health inspectors will be done, will just increase the amount of supervision I have to give. I'll have to be on the road more, supervising their work. I know what my building inspectors do. I know what wire inspectors do and plumbing inspectors. And I could tell when they're doing their job based on talking to the consumers. I have to now supervise code enforcement from everything from dumpsters to overflowing grease traps from restaurants. I have those 7 inspectors that are going to have to be doing a lot more. There's going to be a lot more work to do looking after them. So that's one reason. I need help in the supervision. Another good reason, and one of the more important reasons, under state regulation, under the state building code, I am a certified building official. Commissioner of Buildings. I'm the only one that can sign a certificate of occupancy. So if I'm on vacation for a week, someone either has to come to where I am, and if I'm out of the country, forget about it.
Right.
Or people are gonna have to wait. So a deputy we'd be hiring another certified building official with the Commissioner of Buildings certification.
Okay.
And that person would be the one, the second in command to be able to take over the realm if I decide to go on a 2-week vacation. They'd take over for those 2 weeks.
Okay. So, I mean, it basically sounds like, if I can summarize, and if I'm not mistaken, with the new inspectors coming on, you're just going to reach critical mass where you're not going to be able to oversee everything you're trying to oversee. It sounds like, and this position would give you the relief you need.
This position would give me the relief I need. I'm up to the task. I'll do whatever it takes to do my job.
Right.
So
No,
if
and I don't want you to think
Yeah,
I
yeah.
was, meant that in a negative way, but I guess what I was trying to get to is, you know, any one of us, whether it's me or it's you, is only capable of so many things in a day, right?
Yes.
And I think that's what I was trying to get to, is that we've reached a point with those Board of Health inspectors coming over where maybe we're creating the necessity for the additional deputy.
I would agree. I would also say that even if I didn't have those 7 coming over, the need for the building commissioner is there. For both backup of my job, the ability to do a lot of things I do, but also have the knowledge, because our certifications are specific to the state. In order to become a local inspector, which is what my inspectors are, my building inspectors, you have to take, I believe it's, they've changed the numbers, but it was 3 exams. And then there was an additional 3 exams you had to take to become a building commissioner.
Okay.
So, and you have to be a local inspector to be able to take the exams to become a building commissioner.
Okay.
So and we have continuing ed every year that we're required to take, 45 hours in a 3-year period. So it's a very specific job, and the building commissioner has a certain level of wealth and management skills that the local inspector might not have. So we could hire more local inspectors, but you're not going to have the knowledge or the ability, based on what the code says, to be able to do that, do the functions.
Okay. All right, great. No, that's actually really helpful. So thank you very much for all of those explanations. I think that's all I had for you. So again, thank you very much to you and your staff for everything you guys do. It is appreciated, and I know, you know, really important role in the city. So thank you for everything you all do.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good evening, Mr. Plouffe. Thank you for being here tonight. I'll be brief. Councilor D'Agostino kind of brought up some of the issues regarding the proposed, the 3 new proposed positions. Now, you said that the building inspector is going to be dealing exclusively with the abandoned and vacated buildings in our city, and also the administrative assistant 1 managing that list. So that kind of answered my question. But secondly, do you know how many buildings do we currently have on that list?
We have, I believe, about 300.
Okay. And
It
is
fluctuates.
Right, of course, they're coming on and offline.
Yes.
Is that a computerized list now, or is that still pen and paper?
We have it in a database, but we don't have a list that prints up. It's a database that we work off of. It's a privileged list through the safety, through the law office. I can get you the verbiage, but it's a list that we don't give out to the public due to safety concerns.
Right, right. Okay, and then what's basically the responsibilities of that inspector? I mean, are they looking at structural soundness of these buildings, or what's basically just what would the inspector be doing?
So the inspector would be a certified local inspector. It would be someone that can enforce the building code. And inside the building code, inside of general laws, are the dangerous and unsafe statute, where we do reviews of building and go and demolish that building in certain circumstances, or order the demolition of those buildings. So that building, if it's a vacant building, because this is coming out of a specific fund,
right,
and he has to, or he or she has to do work consistent with that, that fund, would only work on those kinds of dangerous buildings that are vacant.
So it's focused on the danger, or what we would suspect to be dangerous vacant buildings?
Yes, they would also do inspections of buildings that are suspected to be vacant or not vacant.
Actually put some eyes on the building and see if it's actually vacant or not and belongs on the list or not?
That's correct.
Okay.
And then initiate any kind of board-up procedures necessary for buildings that are vacant and open, or fencing off of the buildings, maintenance of the buildings as necessary.
Great. Well, I'm glad that you're dedicating some personnel to specifically work on that issue. You know, as you know, with that many numbers of buildings, you know, sometimes, you know, we're charging people, fining them for having a vacant building when it's not actually vacant, and then, you know, there's it becomes a mess trying to remove some of those charges. So the fact that we can stay on top of that list and make sure that it's being operated accurately, and when, you know, if we don't have eyes on these buildings, they seem to fall into disrepair relatively quickly, especially when the lawns are not being maintained. And you know, as you said, people see these as, you know, houses where the homeless can enter. They become squatted houses, and again, the lawns, the fences, a lot of it stays unmaintained. So the fact that we can have people taking a look at these buildings when they do get to a certain point of disrepair, if they're bank owned, we can reach out to the banks and you know, tell them to get somebody out there and clean them up and just maintain the orderliness and cleanliness of our neighborhood. So I appreciate that we're directing some resources to that issue.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, one additional thing about vacant abandoned buildings.
Absolutely, Mr. Superintendent.
Thank you. We are opening our bids on, I believe, this Thursday for the 10 properties, which would be 8 for those councils interested. Will only be 8 properties eventually, this Thursday, for the demolition of the appropriation that was given out of the vacant abandoned fund a few weeks ago. So that's going to occur Thursday, and we're going to look at, as fast as we possibly can, getting those buildings down.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pluff.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Tavares.
Yes, sir. Good evening. Actually, I have just one question.
Sure.
I know you say Board of Health right now is going to be under your supervision, right?
Not the Board of Health, Counselor, it would be the inspectors.
Or the inspector? Oh, okay, that's my confusion. Yeah, I was
And
like,
it's only the sanitary inspectors and the outside code enforcement.
All right, okay,
Right now, there's 7 of them, and there's an 8th position that's open.
okay, all right. That's all the question was.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselors, if there's nothing else, I think we can move past public properties. Thank you, Mr. Superintendent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next department is War Memorial.
Good evening, Mr. Superintendent.
Good evening. I have a lot to talk about this one.
I'll raise the gavel.
As previously noted by the councils before, this account has now been zeroed out and incorporated into the main budget for the Public Property Department.
Counselors? Let me rephrase. Counselors? All right. I think that solves the War Memorial Building.
Thank you.
You've earned your budget this year, Mr. Pluff. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pluff.
Thank you.
Next department is Parking Authority with the Executive Director, Eric Atkinson.
Mr. Director.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Good evening, councilors. Go over the budget for the Parking Authority. One thing that I would like to make note of before we start, the budget that you're looking at for us this year is significantly different than ones from years past. In previous years, our budget was divided into 3 sections. There was the meter reserve account, the garage reserve account, and the parking revolving fund. Beginning in fiscal '23, we're going to be transitioning to an enterprise fund. So those 3 funds are going to combine into one fund going forward, which should make things easier. You will notice in the comparisons to previous years, there's going to be some populated lines with zeros in fiscal '23. Many of those are a result of that transition. I'll open it up to any questions you have for our budget.
Counselor D'Agostino.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm just wanting to bring up the garage on Crescent Street. As downtown becomes more active, and I know there's some proposals that would take away some of the currently available parking. One of the issues that folks have brought up is the time that that garage closes. Is there a way, are we looking at addressing that, extending hours? Where, can we talk about that?
Currently, that's not something that we are putting together a proposal for. I know that we've got a project that's going before our board at the end of the month for the Sycamore Grove area. But if we are going to do that, you know, we're going to need to find funding to keep it open. Just to give you an example, we have the Carpenter Garage over on Petronelli Way that is a 24-hour facility. We man it with my staff from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday through Friday. We use an outside security company for nights and weekends, and currently that's costing us around $90,000 a year to man that. So we're probably looking at a similar expense if we're going to go 24 hours with the Adams Garage, or a smaller figure if we decide to go to a later hour.
Right, okay. All right, so, but potentially up to 90 if we were to go with the same
Using
hours.
the other garage as a comparison, yes.
Right, okay. All right, so obviously certainly we would need to fund that in some way. Okay, and then you get a couple of vacant positions here. Are these positions that have been vacant for a while? Are they recent vacancies?
It's a combination of both. We've been having difficulty finding applicants, but we did hire one 3 weeks ago. We have two currently that are going through the pre-employment process. So you're going to see those fill up quickly over the beginning of the summer.
Excellent, excellent. All right. That's all right, I don't need to ask about that. And then just quickly, just out of curiosity, parking authority meters, it looks like that revenue projection has decreased. I just was curious if that's a COVID thing or just some other reason.
The primary reason is COVID. You know, with businesses laying off people and not working from the office, you know, we have seen over the last couple of years a significant decrease in the volume that we're seeing in downtown Brockton. But over the last 6 months or so, we are seeing that uptick again. We've got a couple of our big businesses in the area, WB Mason and the Department of Unemployment Assistance, that are going to be utilizing a lot of the facilities starting in the summer. Okay. So we are going to start to see that get closer to normal.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you very much for being here and for everything you do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Counselor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good evening, Mr. Ackerson.
Good evening.
You know, as you stated, the matter of Sycamore Grove is going to be heard later this month over in the Parking Authority. But, you know, I want to be a partner with the Parking Authority to do what it takes to get the Adams Garage a 24-hour facility. You know, we're trying to attract more business downtown and more residential units downtown, and we need parking. And we believe that the Adams Garage, with its location, is going to help facilitate the increased commercial demand that we're hoping that builds in our downtown area, and also the residential that's building in our downtown. And so You know, I look forward to working with your department to see what we can do about extending the hours of the Adams Garage. Looking at your fiscal year 22 accomplishments, it seems like there's been some considerable work done in the Adams Garage. You state that you've updated the electrical system to provide better lighting and creating a safer environment for the garage patrons. Additionally, adding surveillance cameras and upgrading the service in the Adams Garage to improve security. So it looks like some of the foundations are being done that would help, you know, extend the hours of this garage. So I also see as part of one of your objectives for fiscal year 2023 is to update and modernize the parks system in the Adams Garage. Could you explain what the park system is?
Sure. That's the gate system that you use to enter and exit the facility. Currently, half of the system is inoperable, and the other half is only manually operated. So it's long overdue for a replacement, and we're in the process of looking for a replacement system for that, and we're hoping to have that done by the end of this calendar year.
Now, and when you say update and modernize, so this would be an automated system?
We haven't picked the system that we're going to use yet. There will be manual intervention, whatever it is. It's not going to be 100% automated. But to tell you exactly what it's going to be, it's a little early for that.
Okay, with this system, would you be picking a system that would facilitate a longer operated garage?
I don't think the system is going to make a difference. It's going to be staffing and funding. Whatever we decide to use, it'll be good whether it's 18 hours or 24 hours or 12 hours. You know,
okay, would that system allow for card, you know, ATM? It seems like everything's moving to cashless. So ATM, debit card, it's stuff like that to operate the system?
It's possible. It hasn't been decided yet.
Okay. Just my opinion, I think, you know, any system that accepts a card would be, you know, probably preferable. It seems like we're having, you know, some issues with you know, our cash meters. A lot of them are getting broken into. I think the fact that they accept coinage may, you know, entice the thieves to break into them. So I wouldn't want that same type of enticement, you know, in the garage. So, you know, just my opinion would be any system that would add, you know, allow for the ability to somebody use a card might be more convenient, especially when, you know, people coming down to the downtown, you know, it just seems like cash is kind of going away. So that's just my 2 cents. Additionally, I just think that overall, the city of Brockton is going to require more parking with some of the plans that we have through the planning department, the BRA. I know we've had these conversations. It just seems that you know, people want to say that we're a transit-oriented community in our downtown, and that's true to a large effect. But people still like driving cars, especially for, you know, people who don't live in our downtown but are coming to visit our downtown. We want to make coming to Brockton's downtown easy, convenient, accessible. We want to be able to have a level of parking that entices commercial businesses to open up downtown, knowing that, you know, they're not just going to drive by, look around, see that there's nowhere to park and keep moving. So, you know, I think, you know, developing a comprehensive plan for our downtown is something that, you know, we have to look into. And, you know, if funding's an issue, then, you know, I'm hoping you can look to this council to help on that matter. Because, you know, as our city grows, parking, especially our downtown, as it grows, parking is going to become more of a premium. And, you know, we've got to make sure we have the capacity necessary to grow our downtown.
I agree with you 100%. And just in case anyone is not aware, there is a plan for the future for a third garage to be built at the top of Warren Ave in between L Street and Frederick Douglass.
Right.
We're probably talking 2 or 3 years away, but that's something that is absolutely needed. I agree with you 100% there. And, you know, the biggest issue that we're finding right now is lack of land. There's just very few spots that we can go to as an alternative for parking right now.
Right, we are discussing that, the Stadelman building, to turn that into a garage with residential above. But it seems like from speaking with the planning department, even though that'd be a 300-plus space garage, it seems like almost already 100% of those spaces are already accounted for with the residential above and some of the commercial just in that immediate area. So, yeah, we're looking at a third garage. We may need to look at a fourth.
There's been discussion.
Right. And so, as you said, land is a big issue. Acquiring the land is costly. But if we are looking to have the vibrant downtown that we all expect in Brockton, then those might be some necessary discussions and funding that this council is going to have to look at. But I appreciate your time. Thank you for coming tonight. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Counselor. Mr. Director, I see, oh, Counselor Nicastro.
Thank you. Good evening, Eric. Good to
Good
see
evening.
you. Eric, I'm on page 302, under the financial overview summary. And under parking authority on there, halfway down, there's a line item that's capital. And for the proposed FY23, it shows 0. Whereas, well, what's listed in here is 158,000, but on last year's budget book, it says 0 as well. And so I'm wondering, can you tell me why this is zeroed out?
Would you like to assist with this one?
So part of the purpose of creating an enterprise fund is that the excess revenues that are generated can be available within the enterprise fund. So what we anticipate is, and someone asked a question earlier about the revenues for this year. In working with the Department of Revenue for the Commonwealth in creating this enterprise fund, we had to justify the projected revenues. And we do that actually with every enterprise fund every year. So they are intentionally conservative. So they will generate retained earnings. So what we anticipate is because this is the first year this will be created, we will take the existing revenues as of June 30th, and those will populate the enterprise fund. So there will be on hand immediately money that's available within the enterprise fund. So what we anticipate is, rather than funding capital items through the operating budget, we will come to you with existing money within the enterprise fund for any capital needs that the parking authority has during the next fiscal year.
Okay. Okay, and that's why it's zeroed, because you come to us for it afterwards.
Right, because, yeah, we need to be certain about what revenues are on hand, and so we'll ask you to make an appropriation from the enterprise funds, like we do with water and sewer during the fiscal year.
Okay. A few lines down from there, we have indirect costs, and they were listed as 0 for FY21 and FY22, but for this year's proposed budget, it says 150,000. So what does that cover?
Want me to take that one?
You can explain it a little bit better.
So the parking authority would not have had indirect costs prior to this year because they were not an enterprise fund. So the enterprise funds, all of them pay money, and you'll see that on the revenue side. They pay money back to the general fund for the value of the services that we provide. So we calculate for water and sewer, it was Karen and I, a couple of years ago, went out and had a consultant come in to do a pretty accurate calculation of what those numbers should be. And that resulted in a significant increase in money back to the general fund. Because this is the first year of the enterprises, it's unknown. So I believe for both water, stormwater and parking, we estimated that at $150,000. So that's a new cost to the enterprise fund, but it'll pay us back in the general fund for the services we provide.
Okay.
Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Counselor Rodriguez? For Troy?
Actually, I wanted to ask Mr. Clarkson a quick question in terms of this. The city is in the process of basically putting all you talked a little bit about this, the capital expenditures, put it all under one umbrella in the sense. For a board like the traffic, for instance, that kind of is an autonomous type of a board, how much control will they have over their own capital expenditures?
So,
or capital needs, for instance, because their needs are a little different than, if you're a department like HR or even your own department. They have some specific capital needs that other departments might not have, and how much will that, somewhat independent board have, or the parking authority itself will have, how much control will they have over their own capital needs, for instance?
So that's the interesting nuance of the relationship between the parking authority and the city. If you look at the enabling legislation for the parking authority, it's one page, maybe two. So the parking authority has responsibility for the parking lots and the parking garages. But as with any agency within the city, the ability to appropriate rests with the city council, and that appropriation has to come from a request from the mayor. So although I'm sure, and I don't want to speak for Eric's interactions with his board, but that he would review the needs for capital items with the parking authority members, that the ultimate decision on which expenditures to make ultimately has to come from the mayor, and that would have to come to you.
Yeah, because as with in the past, for instance, if they were looking to do meters in the streets, in the sense, the board and the executive director of the parking authority would get together and submit to the body here a request asking for the appropriations to do that, again, along with the consultation from the mayor. But the reason why I'm bringing this up is because I think the authority itself, with the executive director in tow, in the sense, working, hand in hand, would know better the needs of that department versus some of us that are on the other side of things.
Oh, yeah.
So that what kind of worries me a little bit is because if we start now having control over everything in the city, or micromanaging certain departments that are actually able to run their own processes, I think it might make sense for a department that is within this building, and if they're looking for some capital things within the building itself, it might make sense. But in something like the parking authority that does these things outside of the framework of City Hall, in the sense, I think there's got to be a little more consultation that goes on between that body and city government itself.
Yeah, so the creation of an enterprise fund is an accounting function. It doesn't change the structure of the parking authority, nor does it change the enabling legislation that I referenced. So that process remains the same. I mean, some of the improvements that were mentioned in the budget book, I think those followed a typical process. Eric made a request. We found the money to fund it, And so I agree with you. I think with any department, they're better equipped to understand what their capital needs are because they live it every day.
Right.
And I don't anticipate that because the accounting of the parking authority revenues are changing, and I believe becoming more efficient and streamlined, that will change their ability to request and receive capital improvements.
Well, that's just a concern, because it actually came through a concern that somebody had that I wanted to bring that up, and I'm glad you've answered that, so I'm satisfied with that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Counselor. Now, is there anybody else? Counselor Minicello.
Good evening. On a number of these proposed fiscal 2023 line items, there are a number of zeros. For instance, under telephone, under enforcement equipment, under supplies. These, I guess, are you going to be funding these through some other mechanism in the budget that is going to absorb these types of expenses? It seems to me ordinary expenses that are going to be required.
Those particular, well, telephone is a line that we haven't used in the last couple of years, so it's paid.
$1,500 last year.
That was in the budget last year, but we haven't used that money. Traditionally, that's been a place where if we needed money for something else, we'd pull it out of there, so losing that money was not a problem. I am going to have a concern with the $7,000 for enforcement equipment and the $10,000 for supplies. Something, not sure exactly what happened between putting in the initial numbers and getting to the final budget. Those numbers are different than what I originally submitted. I understand that this is what we have to deal with going forward, so we're going to need to fund it, moving money from one place or another.
And then under personal services, full-time parking enforcement, that's zero, and parking above that, parking enforcement overtime is zero.
That's all, that actually rolled up into the full-time line. That's part of the change from the enterprise, the three funds to the enterprise fund. The enforcement budget came out of one fund. The rest of the full-time salaries came out of another, so that's why they were separated prior to this year. But going forward, it's all going to be on that one line for salaries.
All right. And you explained the capital outlays. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselors, anybody else? All right, Mr. Director, you're free to go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next department is the Election Commission, Executive Director Cynthia Crivani.
Madam Director. Thank you so very much for hanging in there with us.
The best for last.
Well, that's what I was thinking, save the best for last.
I was gonna
Thanks
call
for having
speed
me.
round.
First, I want to thank my very hardworking and professional team of staff that I work with. I also want to thank the residents of Brockton that do give up their day on election day to come work for the elections. And I just want to remind the residents of Brockton that my phone number is 508-580-7117 for anybody that wants to work the elections come September and/or November. And with that, I'll take questions from the council.
You weren't kidding about speed round. Counselor Farwell.
I think for a mere $469,000 for the whole year and the lateness of the hour, she deserves a break. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
There's a second. No. Anybody else?
I second that.
There we go. All right, well,
Motion to adjourn.
that does it. Madam Director, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Seeing no other departments and seeing no other business, we will pick this up tomorrow.